Hey everybody, this is Bobby Cool Daddy Slick Breeze.
And I'm Eric McCabe.
And we want to invite you to check out our podcast, The Disc Golf Answer Man, where myself and Eric McCabe, 2010 Pro World Champion, answers your disc golf questions. Any questions on discs to choose, life on the road.
Don't forget about the Ralph updates.
And even Ralph updates. So check us out. We have segments where we talk about health and wellness of disc golf, mind, body, disc, and he talks about the mental part of the game. So check us out on iTunes or Stitcher, or just look us up at discgolfanswerman.com.
Ask every top-level player if putting practice is important, and you will get a unanimous yes. Introducing the Recruit Basket by Dynamic Discs. This basket is tournament quality at a practice price. It can be put together or taken down in about 2 minutes and comes with all the necessary hardware and tools. The Recruit Basket has 13 inner and 13 outer strands of zinc-coated chains. The rest of the basket is electrophoresced first, and then powder-coated for protection from the natural elements. Weighing in at just over 50 pounds, it's very sturdy, but with the built-in wheel on the base, it's very easy to move. The Recruit Basket is easy to carry in a car's trunk because the pole is made of 2 parts. It also comes with an in-ground sleeve for a more permanent and secure installation. Get ready for tournaments. Get better. Get the Recruit.
Registration for the 2015 Trilogy Challenge is underway, and it is time to get your event registered and on the calendar. In 2014, we had over 250 events with 10,000 plus players. This year, with your help, we're looking to blow that out of the water. The Trilogy Challenge is a great way to promote the sport that we all love and get more players involved with playing disc golf. One of the great things about the Trilogy Challenge is that players get everything that they need to play disc golf for just $30. Players packs for the 2015 Trilogy Challenge include 3 unreleased discs yet again. It includes the Dynamic Discs Fusion Evidence, which is the mid-range, the Latitude 64 Retro Makana, which is the putter, and the Westside Discs Elasto Sampo, which is the driver. It also includes a mini marker, a clipboard, and a black permanent marker, and players will also be competing for additional prize packages, which include additional discs, bags, and other merchandise. The Trilogy Challenge runs worldwide from May 29th to September 20th, and players across the world can play in this event. Another great aspect about the Trilogy Challenge is that anybody can host an event, whether you're a tournament director, local club, touring pro, or just somebody looking to get more players involved with disc golf in your area. And it can also help raise a few dollars for yourself, club, course improvement, or charity of your choice. Check out trilogychallenge.com for more information and to get your event registered so that you don't miss out on all the action.
Disc golf is a sport growing in popularity all over the United States and around the world. Dynamic Discs is the premier disc golf manufacturer, distributor, and retailer for enthusiasts, beginners, experts, and hardcore players. Along with hosting some of the best professional Disc Golf Association tournaments in the country, Dynamic Discs also takes pride in offering the best customer service in the disc golf industry. At Dynamic Discs, customer service isn't just a department, it's the way we do business. Our entire staff at Dynamic Discs is knowledgeable and passionate about growing the sport and providing you with an exceptional experience. We know how important it is to get the products that you order in your hands as quickly as possible. Orders are shipped immediately from our own inventory and arrive at your doorstep in 2 to 3 days to almost any location around the United States. Check us out at dynamicdiscs.com.
This is Bobby from Dynamic Discs, and I'm here to tell you about a product called Dymax. Dymax is the proprietary process we use to put the most detailed images on a disc. We can Dymax your tournament discs, or even send us your trophy discs. Send us an image and we'll Dymax it.
Can I Dymax my car?
Yeah, we can Dymax your car.
Can I Dymax my cat?
Yeah, we can Dymax your cat. Isn't he cute?
Can I Dymax my lunch?
Well, that's kind of weird, but yeah, we can Dymax your lunch. Go online today to order from our pre-made Dymax discs or send in your image so we can create your custom Dymax. Learn more at dynamicdiscs.com/Dymax.
Fear the water no more. The Golden Retriever by Dynamic Discs. An incredibly easy to use tool that goes from storage to use in seconds and helps you keep your feet and clothes dry. After uncoiling the rope, hold the rope in your non-throwing hand, and just like throwing a rope to a person in the water, toss the retriever to the far side of your disc. Pull back slowly with the rope centered on the disc. Once it latches on, pull slowly to retrieve. The Retriever is lightweight and compact with a sturdy construction and rust-proof powder coat finish. Includes 50 feet of durable rope. The Golden Retriever by Dynamic Discs.
afternoon, disc golfers and disc golf fans worldwide. Welcome back to the 2015 Dynamic Disc Glassblown Open presented by Latitude 64. We're about to cover our final round, Men's Open lead card. If you haven't been paying attention to the coverage lately, you have been missing out. We've had some incredible disc golf over the last 2 rounds. We are well knotted up at the top, and I'm going to tell you about those scores in just a moment. But if you haven't been watching our coverage, then you've missed out on something that maybe you saw on SportsCenter Top 10 last night. We had an ace out on Jones East by Billy Engel. This was on hole number 11. It's 380 with some water clear. Billy just throws a T-bird as pure as can be. There's a nice gallery out there. It's swinging in, and he just bangerangs those chains like he's done it a million times. He turns around. He doesn't jump around and celebrate. He's like, yeah, guys, I've been here before. Incredible ace. It was so much fun to watch. We were covering footage on hole 10, and we heard a roar. And when you hear that kind of roar, you know that that has to be an ace. It was by Billy Engel. It was featured on SportsCenter Top 10 last night and this morning as well. It was number 2 on SportsCenter Top 10 last night. So Billy Engel, congrats. Super proud of you, man. What a great golfer out of Oklahoma. So let's catch you up on where we are with our competitors today. Our lead card and our chase card are very, very close in relation to one another. We've got Paul McBeth leading the tournament at 25 under par. Paul has just absolutely blistered his rounds, had a couple of hiccups yesterday. Really interested to see if he does the McBeth thing and takes off today. And then right behind him, new player to the scene out of Colorado, Eagle Wynn McMahon. Eagle matched the hot round yesterday, shooting a 48 out of Jones East. Unbelievable round. He's sitting at 24 under par, just 1 shot back of Paul McBeth. Dave Feldberg was just real steady yesterday, shooting a solid round to get him into 3rd place. Minus 23, 2 strokes back from Paul, and then Will Schustrick doing the same, putting him at 22 under par. And if you haven't seen the live coverage or any of the live scoring, I want to let you know that there are another 4 players on the chase card who are within 4 and 5 strokes of Paul McBeth, and then the entire 3rd card is 6 strokes back from Paul McBeth. So there is a great amount of action that can happen today. I was just out at the country club a few minutes ago, and the atmosphere is absolutely electric. There are so many people excited to see this round today. So right now we're going to send it out to the course to Dixon Jowers. He's going to be your play-by-play commentator for today. Dixon, let's get this thing started.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Emporia Country Club. It couldn't have worked out any better today. We have the same skies, same clear blue skies that we've had over the last couple of days. The wind has picked up a little bit and the sun has gotten a little bit warmer. So the conditions out here are going to be incredible for some active golf. The last couple of days, the wind has been down and the players have been very aggressive, and they've been able to be so because there wasn't that danger of all of the OB mixed in with the wind. Well, now we have lots of OB, we have a long course, and the wind is picking up. Right now, I'd say it's about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Weather Channel has told us to expect it to get up with some gusts, even up to 25 or 30 miles an hour. So we should have some opportunity here for lots of movement, especially with this course and how the OB is going to come into play. With the top card all being 1 stroke from each other, it's possible that this entire top card could be flipped after 2 or 3 holes. It's possible that Paul could keep it between the ropes and everybody else could be really pushing to catch him, and he could just run away. It could be possible, like yesterday, that Paul could come in with a lead, and the way that Paul caught up on Jeremy, maybe somebody from the 2nd car could even make a run. Because of the tightness of this course, it's going to be quite the race. I look forward to walking the course with you, to bringing you the action. So one of the newest players on the scene, he's making a statement here at the Glassblown Open, is Eagle McMahon. He's actually practicing, getting warmed up on his putts right now, right behind me. So let's walk over and talk to him about what he expects in the round. Oh, here he is right here. Hey, Eagle, welcome to Kansas. So how is golf in Kansas any different than golf in Boulder, Colorado?
Well, first of all, it's the elevation. The golf in Boulder is above 5,000 feet, so all the discs are a lot more overstable. So when I come down here, I have to adjust my angles, throw a lot more hyzers so they don't flip over on me.
So being that you just had your birthday, was April 13th, just a few weeks ago. Yep. So just turning 17, I'm sure a lot of the people at home are wondering, is this a 17-year-old wonder kid? Is he playing above his head? So what do you think everybody should expect to see today out of Eagle?
Well, I'm just going to try to stick to my game plan, and my game plan is just to throw safe, make golf shots, and just see where that puts me. That's what I've been doing the last 2 rounds.
After catching up on Facebook and the comments on our coverage, you have an enormous amount of fans, an enormous amount of people are cheering for you. Is that something that you think about on trying to do good and please all of those people, or what sort of thing is driving you in your mind during the middle of a round?
I try not to think about that, but it's hard not to. But I'm just going to try to keep my head level. Like, I'm just treating this as like a normal little C tier that I'm playing. That just keep it calm.
Man, I want to play golf in Colorado where C-tiers have hundreds of people in the crowd following you around. I think this is going to be quite the experience for you. I'm so excited that you're here and that you get to experience all of this. Eagle, we wish you the best of luck. I hope you shoot fantastic. I hope you really challenge Paul. This is exciting for Emporia, exciting for the Glassblown Open. We appreciate you coming, and we're glad that you're here.
Thank you.
All right, have a great day today, bud. So, as our players get ready, they will be announcing their names over to the box here in just a second. Our second group is just about to tee off. So we'll be back after a word from our sponsors, and we will get into the incredible, fantastic, exciting final round coverage of the 2015 Glassblown Open here at the Emporia Country Club.
Registration for the 2015 Trilogy Challenge is underway, and it is time to get your event registered and on the calendar. In 2014, we had over 250 events with 10,000 plus players. This year, with your help, we're looking to blow that out of the water. The Trilogy Challenge is a great way to promote the sport that we all love and get more players involved with playing disc golf. One of the great things about the Trilogy Challenge is that players get everything that they need to play disc golf for just $30. Players packs for the 2015 Trilogy Challenge include 3 unreleased discs yet again. It includes the Dynamic Discs Fusion Evidence, which is the mid-range, the Latitude 64 Retro Makana, which is the putter, and the Westside Discs Elasto Sampo, which is the driver. It also includes a mini marker, a clipboard, and a black permanent marker. And players will also be competing for additional prize packages, which include additional discs, bags, and other merchandise. The Trilogy Challenge runs worldwide from May 29th to September 20th, and players across the world can play in this event. Another great aspect about the Trilogy Challenge is that anybody can host an event, whether you're a tournament director, local club, touring pro, or just somebody looking to get more players involved with disc golf in your area. And it can also help raise a few dollars for yourself, club, course improvement, or charity of your choice. Check out trilogychallenge.com for more information and to get your event registered so that you don't miss out on all the action.
Disc golf is a sport growing in popularity all over the United States and around the world. Dynamic Discs is the premier disc golf manufacturer, distributor, and retailer for enthusiasts, beginners, experts, and hardcore players. Along with hosting some of the best professional Disc Golf Association tournaments in the country, Dynamic Discs also takes pride in offering the best customer service in the disc golf industry. At Dynamic Discs, customer service isn't just a department, it's the way we do business. Our entire staff at Dynamic Discs is knowledgeable and passionate about growing the sport and providing you with an exceptional experience. We know how important it is to get the products that you order in your hands as quickly as possible. Orders are shipped immediately from our own inventory and arrive at your doorstep in 2 to 3 days to almost any location around the United States. Check us out at dynamicdiscs.com.
This is Bobby from Dynamic Discs, and I'm here to tell you about a product called Dymax. Dymax is the proprietary process we use to put the most detailed images on a disc. We can Dymax your tournament discs, or even send us your trophy discs. Send us an image and we'll Dymax it.
Can I Dymax my car?
Yeah, we can Dymax your car.
Can I Dymax my cat?
Yeah, we can Dymax your cat. Isn't he cute?
Can I Dymax my lunch?
Well, that's kind of weird, but yeah, we can Dymax your lunch. Go online today to order from our pre-made Dymax discs or send in your image so we can create your custom Dymax. Learn more at dynamicdisc.com/Dymax.
Fear the water no more. The Golden Retriever by Dynamic Discs. An incredibly easy to use tool that goes from storage to use in seconds and helps you keep your feet and clothes dry. After uncoiling the rope, hold the rope in your non-throwing hand, and just like throwing a rope to a person in the water, toss the retriever to the far side of your disc. Pull back slowly with the rope centered on the disc. Once it latches on, pull slowly to retrieve. The retriever is lightweight and compact with a sturdy construction and rust-proof powder coat finish. Includes 50 feet of durable rope. The Golden Retriever by Dynamic Discs.
Hey everybody, this is Bobby Cool Daddy Slick Breeze.
And I'm Eric McCabe.
And we want to invite you to check out our podcast, The Disc Golf Answer Man, where myself and Eric McCabe, 2010 Pro World Champion, answers your disc golf questions. Any questions on discs to choose, life on the road.
Don't forget about the Ralph updates.
And even Ralph updates. So check us out. We have segments where we talk about health and wellness of disc golf, mind, body, disc, and he talks about the mental part of the game. So check us out on iTunes or Stitcher, or just look us up at discgolfanswerman.com.
Coverage for the 2015 Glass Blown Open is brought to you in part by Dynamic Discs. Be passionate, be extraordinary, be dynamic. Latitude 64, when quality matters. The Professional Disc Golf Association. The professional association for all disc golfers. OGIO, Ultimate Organization, Maximum Performance. Larry Cooper. Emporia State University. Delta Disc Golf. The Emporia Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the live coverage of the 2015 Dynamic Disc Glass Blown Open presented by Latitude 64. We're about to kick off with our lead card coverage of the final round of the day. We've got a really closely knit lead card ready to battle it out. I'm really excited to see if we're going to see an established name win this year, or if somebody like Eagle or maybe Billy from a couple cards back could come up and win this thing. My name is Robert McCall. I'm going to be your in-studio host today. I'm also manning the live chat on dynamicdisc.tv, and so if you're in here and would like to ask a question, please let me know. I'd love to respond to that and get that out to the players on the course. We're about to head out to Emporia Country Club right now, where our final round action is about to kick off. Here we go. Dixon, take it away. Let's do this.
Well, if you are not in town, you are missing it. We have quite a scene out here at the Emporia Country Club. I'd say there's at least 300 spectators around on all sides. They are here for a fantastic tournament. You can see the wind is blowing right at the camera, which is right down the fairway. Hole 1 out here at the Country Club is a 555-foot downhill hole. Now, because of the wind and because of the downhill nature of this hole, it is possible to drive the green, and so you're going to see these guys go for it. On this particular hole, there's no real reason to lay up because there is a big bailout area to the right, and so even if your hyzer isn't exactly what you want it to be, you can still get down there and get up and down for a pretty easy 3, given the skill of these players. The problem actually right now with this hole, you wouldn't think that OB long of a 555-foot hole would come into play, but the cart path that they're teeing off from is actually going to be the right-hand border of the tee. It goes all the way down and covers the entire hole on the right-hand side and curves around behind the basket. That is the boundary. So if they go over the cart path, they're going to actually be going out of bounds. So what they have to do is basically look like it's going to go out of bounds and then hyzer back in right in front of that. This hole is a great place to start this tournament coverage, obviously because it's number 1, but secondly, because it's such a hole where there can be such an incredible swing of scores. 2 is definitely possible, as well as a 4. So we are getting within a minute or so. All of our competitors just took pictures with the trophy. They're shaking hands with one another. They're waving at the crowd. And here in just a moment, we're going to get started. This is an incredible card to play with. We have U.S. champions, we have world champions, and we have a young guy out of Colorado who, even his last tournament, he didn't play that good. And I talked to him about it before the round. He said he was just down a little bit, and he is looking to get right back into the action. He's been averaging an incredible pace so far at around 1060, which has put him on this top card. It's not a fluke that he's here. He has had good rounds before, but right now he is definitely playing the best golf of his life. Coming into this tournament, his highest rated round was a 1047 of his career. That was his highest rated round. And so right now, after 2 rounds here in Emporia, he is averaging 1060. So Paul Macbeth is stepping up on the tee here, and he has one of his yellow Star Destroyers. So we are here to see how this is going to end up. So let's go to the first tee and see what the 3-time champ is going to do on hole 1.
Champion discs, Paul Macbeth. From Boulder, Colorado, representing Discmania, Eagle McMahon.
Eagle going with the giant hyzer here, and he has put it right next to Paul. Great drive there. He actually has 7 yellowish green PD2s in his bag, so chances are that was a PD2. Stepping up next is Dave Feldberg, and he has his white Huck Lab Giant. David needs to hold. Oh, there it goes. It looked like it was going to hyzer back. That's getting some good bounces. He needs a jump. And he is right there with Eagle and Paul. All 3 of our drivers so far have put it within 40 feet. This is an incredible start so far.
Nashville, Tennessee, 2-time Glassblown Open champion, 3-time United States champion, representing Prodigy, Will Schuster.
This is Will with his 400G D1. This is his go-to power driver. And Will looks like he is going for an ace right here. It needs to get down. I do not know if that drive stayed inbounds. I'm going to guess that because of the lack of the reaction from the crowd, that it actually hyzered out of bounds. So as we get down there, we'll see. We're going to see if Will's music is going to help him out here. That was the Hakuna Matata song saying no worries. So we'll see how it goes here at the beginning. I'm not sure if that was inbounds or not, but let's get down here and see. So, Robert, when you're stepping into a big tournament like this, you've been thinking about it all night, and you have a very difficult drive. 3 of our competitors put it right where they wanted, and I'm guessing Will was not trying to stick it over there. So what are you thinking as you walk down this fairway when you throw a great shot with all of that anticipation and when you throw a poor shot?
Yeah, absolutely. Before I get to that, I just want to say, like, I'm excited to be commentating and talking about this, but I'm a disc golfer, but I'm also a disc golf fan, and I am I'm jumping around in my seat, excited to watch this round, especially with the drives that our first 3 competitors threw right there. I am so excited to see how this unfolds. So if I've thrown a drive like these guys, I'm so excited about the start of my round. I've done exactly what I planned to do. I've thrown a drive to where I've got a chance to putt, and for these guys, you know, if they miss, that's fine. They're getting a 3. They're moving on. No harm, no foul. And so I'm excited. I'm trying to keep my my nerves in check and my excitement in check so that I don't go a little crazy. If I've thrown a shot like Will just threw right now and I've ended up out of bounds, I'm shaking it off real quick. Worrying about that shot does absolutely nothing for me mentally for the rest of the round. I can't change it now. I can't worry about it. I'm just stepping up to my putt. I'm trying to throw it in for my circle 3. If not, I'm taking my 4, and I'm moving on to the next hole, completely forgetting about this hole as quickly as I can.
Yes, it looks like Will was actually pin high. So if that disc had caught a little bit of hyzer and ducked down, it would have been possible for that to even be on an ace run line here. So they are inspecting the water right here to see where he went in. It looks like Eagle and Paul are both sitting right about 35 feet or so. Dave looks like he's a few steps closer. Dave might even be under 30 feet. So now the competitors are walking over to help Will look for his shot. So just a little bit of tell you what's happening on the rest of the course right now. The hot rounds that have been coming in, the pros always like to look at what the Masters and other divisions have turned in so that they can have an idea. When I was talking to some of the pros about what they thought the hot round was going to be, Big Germ said, whatever the hot Masters round is, make it 4 strokes better than that. So the hot Masters round was a 55 by Patrick Brown. So I guess Germ thinks a 51 is going to be the hot. In speaking with some of the other competitors, it sounds like they're all expecting about that same thing, 49 or 50. And actually, Dave had something interesting to say that we'll go over with here in just a second. So Will is lining up from about 40 feet. He's going to have about a 15 mile an hour headwind from his right to his left. And it is just short and to the left, so Will's going to have just a couple of feet to clean up for his bogey 4 on the first hole here. And Paul puts it up high, but with this big tailwind, it just sucked the air right out from under it. And he drops low. He'll have a tap-in par 3. Seems like it's picking up a little bit. I'd say it's at least 20 right now, coming as a tailwind off of Eagle's left shoulder. And Eagle actually gets the opposite effect of Paul. He puts it up high, I think, trying to overcompensate or compensate for what Paul happened on his putt, and his sails right over the top. He's going to have about 15 or 20 feet coming back. Quite the tester on the first hole on the final card of a national tour. And from about 25 feet, Dave is up, and that never had the spin necessary to get there. That was dropping immediately. So it looks like Dave and Paul are going to have tap-in 3s. Will's got about 10 feet for his bogey 4. And Eagle has this about a 20-foot tester here. He left a little bit of meat on this bone. He's got, about 20 feet for his par 3. and he hits the front cage, and that is a rough way to start. After these great drops, it's going to be pretty strange that there's 2 4s and 2 3s on this card. Robert, what are you generally thinking after a 3-putt?
Oh man, 3-putts are my least favorite thing in disc golf. I hate throwing out of bounds too, but I would almost rather throw out of bounds and give myself a look than know that I ran a putt too far by to make the comeback. It's very, very frustrating. If I'm eagle, I'm thinking that that's out of the way on this hole. I don't have to worry about that again. I'm going to learn from my mistake and get on with the next hole. But 3 putts are incredibly frustrating in a round like this.
So would you rather have thrown OB like Will and take a 4, or 3-putt like Eagle and take a 4?
For me, I would rather have thrown out of bounds and taken the 4, because I at least gave it a run. You know, I haven't squandered a birdie opportunity. You know, I don't know. It's frustrating no matter which way you look at it, because it's a 4 no matter what. Mentally, I think it would have been better for me to throw OB and take a 4 rather than have a look. You know, kind of have that birdie within my grasp and then take 3 putts at it.
Eagle doesn't look like he's taking it too hard. He walks back over to his caddy. They give some knuckles to each other, and he says, man, I just thought that was going to behave like a tailwind, but it actually kind of lifted the disc and pushed him over. So, yeah, I think it's one of those things that you just kind of say, well, I threw a good shot, and it just didn't work out. Now, that second putt coming back, it seemed like he was a little bit timid, a little afraid of what the wind would do if he gave it too much there. But nonetheless, he hits the cage. He gets his 4. So now we're step over to hole 2. The tee box on this hole has shifted enough to really change the angles on everything. It used to be about 100 feet down and to the left of where it is right now. But with the moving the tee box over here, the angle has changed quite a bit, so that now this cart path on the right is running to the right of the basket. They're going up over a little rise and then back down about the same distance. The tallest tree, the tallest green tree that you can see there in your picture, that's about it's about 80 or 90, maybe 100 feet short of the basket. Everything right of the cart path is OB. So that big squatty tree is actually the one you want to land near. The problem on the downslope here, the backside of the hill, the slope is actually, the hill is going from right to left. So if you're coming in with a hyzer and it's got any sort of action on it, bad things can happen. I think that was Paul's Thunderbird. Nice, great pop on it, but it is moving left, and I'm fairly certain that that's going to be out of bounds. Yeah, I see some waves from the crown. It is in the water. Oh, and Dave makes the same mistake, going with something that's a little too stable. And that looks like he hyzered straight into the water. Yeah. Eagle now with going with the PD2, C-line PD2. Oh, and that is a little bit too far left. That needs to move to the right. And it is safe. That was close there. Now Will taking a different route here, going with his M4 as a mid-range disc. So yes, oh, that's a fantastic drive right there by Will. That's exactly what you're looking for on this sort of shot. You need something that's going to hold that angle and go flat. When those hyzers are coming in, the slope on this hill can really make for bad things. So Now with two of these guys out of bounds on the drive and not great starting holes, this is actually getting to the point now where they might start inviting the second and the third card back into play here. So during a lot of our coverage today, you're probably going to see the back of lots of people as we walk down the fairway. This is quite a crowd. And while we do have several of the DD staff out here trying to do some crowd control, this is like herding cats right now. There are people all over the place. So looks like we got a good spot down here for Dave and Paul. Eagle is sitting in a wide open spot for about a 200-foot approach. Will has just absolutely crushed a drive here. He is in the shadows of the trees, probably about 150 feet. Not only is it an open shot, it's going to be about 10 degrees cooler than everybody else. That was a good place to be. Yeah, Dave thought it was him, but it's actually Eagle. So he is setting up for a gator forehand shot here. And he puts it right next to the pin. It skips to about 10 feet long. Great approach from Eagle. Dave with his blue. Oh, he hits the pan for the three. I believe that was a blue Cenis. That was possibly his blue Judge, but the way that flew, I'm guessing that was a Cenis. Dave was trying to get the three there. Wow, what a shot! Paul absolutely crushed this this Thunderbird, but he is in the water, and it looks like Will is going to be the next. He's throwing next, so this is about 150 feet. Will has a wide open hyzer here. Looks like he is going with the let's see, I believe that's his PA3 approach putter. It's a 350G PA3. And just a little flick of the wrist. He actually gets some lift there that he probably wasn't looking for, but it still works out nice. I think he was probably trying to land 5 or 10 feet short there, but it kept zooming. So Paul's Thunderbird is actually way up on the corner, but he the last place it crossed in bounds was several feet back. If he had put that on the right line, if he had put that on Will's line with that sort of push, he may have been down there putting, because that thing just absolutely cruised. So Paul's got about 120 feet. He's stepping up with his Mic Pro AVR. The wind is kind of blustery from right to left. He puts it out to the right. Oh, and he is off the pin. Oh my goodness, what a shot. You can see the flag behind the pin there. It's fluttering around quite a bit. I'd say when he let that putt go, it was probably about a 20-mile-an-hour wind. So Robert, what do you think the strategy is on a relatively dangerous putt like that? Is that something that you think a player should be going for, given the chance of bad things happening?
From Paul's spot right there, I don't think he has really a lot of chance of bad things happening. The way that he throws his putt is very flat and allows him to attack baskets like that without really zooming by. As he's got the kind of an uphill behind him, I don't know. I thought he was going to make that thing. Being Paul Macbeth, you can be aggressive on those shots, and I fully expect him to make this right now with what looks like kind of a tailwind at his back.
Yeah, Robert, the way you just described that made it sound easy, but you don't know what you're talking about. That was actually, the wind had switched a little bit. It was coming right in his face at about 20 miles an hour, and it was about a 25-foot putt. Now, Paul made it look easy, but that was definitely not. So Eagle is in for his 3. That's a great birdie recovery off of his bogey on hole 1. So Will and Dave will step up. They've got, Will's got 7 or 8 feet, and Dave's got 1 or 2 less. So Will and Eagle are in for their birdie 3s. Dave and Paul both take par 4s on this hole.
Dixon, I'd like to give us a quick score update on the second card here. We've got most of the competitors on the second card started just like our first card did. Nico Castro took a 3 on hole 1 and then a 4. Henrik Johansson and Paul Uleberry both took 4s on the first hole and then 3s on the second. Jeremy Colling took a 3 on the first hole and a 3 on the second hole. So they've started about like our competitors, who it seems like both of them flip-flopped with 3s and 4s on the first 2 holes there. And that's my fault about the wind direction. I couldn't really tell from my vantage point here, but I still would have said the same thing even if it was a headwind putt, because Paul Macbeth is Paul Macbeth, and he makes putts because it is quite literally his job.
Yeah, you're right. He's got 99 problems, but a putt ain't one. I was looking at the scores for the ladies earlier today, and they were through about the 4th or the 5th hole. So there was 8 ladies on live scoring, and actually 6 of the 8 ladies on the top 2 cards had a birdie 3 on hole 2. I find that just incredible. That hole, EMAC thinks that's one of the hardest holes on the course. It's such a difficult drive to get in a good position. So now we'll head to the hole where I either get 3s or 6s. This is a 681-foot par 4. It goes downhill to begin and then uphill after that. You've got OB on both sides, and then you've got a stretch of about 7 trees that are going to really shape your second shot. So Eagle going with his C-Line PD2. And if that gets stable, oh my goodness, that's a crush. Holy cow, that is a long way over there. This hole is playing straight upwind. Wow, that's just an incredible shot to turn over a stable disc that you know is going to come back and still get that kind of distance. Will going with that same 400G D1. He needs that to get stable. And he has hung that out right. He needed that to get stable coming down that hill. So Will is going to have to take that way back where it went out of bounds. Paul looks like he is lining up for a hyzer around this big tree. Well, now he's kind of changing his angle of his hip, so I'm not sure where he's going. This is a Star Destroyer. He puts that out way to the right, and he gets some wind lift. He's going to need a little bit more. Oh, and he lands about a foot in and skips to about 50 in. That is some great distance given the angle that he threw there. Dave Feldberg now with his Wonder Nut TP Giant. And he goes with the same idea as Will. He needs that to get stable. There it comes back. Wow, that's a great shot right there by Dave Feldberg. Wow, that's just really an unbelievable shot. He got the same sort of distance that Eagle did, but it was on a straight line the entire way. It was not the high shot that Eagle threw. That was some surprising distance from Felberg there, who of this group, he's an old guy. He's a super old guy on this group. But that shot right there showed the young fellas how to do it. So Robert, when you're facing, I feel like the wind is just screaming in my face right now as we walk down the fairway. When you're facing a stiff headwind like this, do you generally throw flat shots, or do you try to work an S shot, kind of like Dave, like Dave and Eagle did?
On a wind like this, I generally prefer taking something overstable and then just picking an angle that I feel comfortable with. Usually that's just a slight anhyzer off the tee. If I'm putting that into a wind and it's a very overstable disc, I know that it's going to fly straight for me and still have the stability to come back. It looks like that's kind of the same play that Eagle did. That's what I prefer in a headwind, but I've also seen people who are great at throwing hyzer flips into a headwind, and just because they understand the stability of their discs so very well. I think either one of them is a very technical shot and quite difficult to pull off, but that's why these guys are the best.
So now Will going with just a straight hyzer, just trying to take off some distance here. There's really no way he could get to the basket from this far out. He's probably 520 or 30 feet from the basket where he went out of bounds. So he takes the smart shot, throws a hyzer into the middle of the fairway. He's probably got 120 feet to go or so. As you go up the fairway here, the cart path on the right is out of bounds, and the ball golf fairway on the left is out of bounds. And so right here at the fattest part, it's probably every bit of 100 feet across. Down there by the basket, it's only about 50 feet across. So now Paul, as you can see, he's got those 6 trees in his way. There really is no way to navigate those trees, so he's going to have to go with another big hyzer with the Destroyer. About 350 feet uphill with a headwind. Paul looks like he has it on a great angle. It might catch that guardian tree though. No, it gets through and absolutely parks right there. That's better than good parking. That's the handicap stall. That was a fantastic shot by Paul. I wish you guys could be here to appreciate the level of difficulty there. Dave going with the triple X, and it looks like it comes out early. He was starting to get quite a lift. It hits that guardian tree and actually goes all the way through. He's only about a foot from the OB line on the left. This is now Eagle with a Star Firebird. About 300 feet. Oh my goodness, he puts that way too far out to the right. And that never came back. With that angle that he let it go, he needed to be pretty much right over the sidewalk. But he was, he was way too far right there. So even though Will threw out of bounds here, he's still got a chance to have a decent score on this hole, looking like Paul's going to be the only one with the birdie 3. And Dave's going to have a tough up and down shot for his 4. Eagle threw his second shot out of bounds, so he has a penalty stroke bringing it back in. So he's laying his disc down, laying 3s, now throwing 4. That, I believe, is his gator. So he's got about 200 feet up the hill, straight into the headwind. And he has left that a little bit short. The angle was good, but he's probably 30 feet short. He's going to have an uphill headwind putt, which is an awful combination. Will now from about 120. Great shot there by Will. That was his 750 H1. He puts that right around the tree, skips up through the thick grass. He's going to have an easy shot there for his 5. So he threw his first out of bounds, takes the penalty stroke to come back in, throws 3 to the fairway, 4 up to the basket. Dave now throwing 3. He's just a little bit under 100, maybe 80 feet. The wind is 20 miles an hour, left to right headwind. And Dave, that looked like it was kind of a half attempt, half layup, and he almost makes it right there. Leaves it about 2 feet short. That was a good run right there. Yeah, he's saying that if it had lifted, it would have gone in. So he was playing that as an approach that may or may not get in. And Eagle drills that putt. Robert, can you explain to the people what the difficulty is of having a headwind and uphill at the same time?
Absolutely. So naturally, an uphill putt is going to be very difficult just because the basket is higher than you're used to. Your putting stroke is trained for one certain height of basket, and when the basket is above that, you've got to adjust. You've got to adjust your power. You might need to adjust your nose angle a little bit. The problem with adjusting your nose angle, if you put your putt slightly more nose up on an uphill putt, is if it's a headwind putt, just like the one that Eagle faced right there. If you throw a putt nose up into a headwind, that's immediately going to be lifting. There's a good chance it's going to go over the basket to the left side of the basket or directly behind it. And so it's a very, very difficult technical putt to throw if you're throwing an uphill headwind putt. Eagle just threw it in there like he's done it a ton of times, and that's one of those things that's a very innate thing. You can't learn that by saying, I know exactly what angle it is. You get up there and you practice to feel that out every time.
So Paul is in with the 3. Eagle is in for his 5. Dave up and in for a 4, and Will with a 5 as well.
Out of 3, Eagle. 5. Dave, 4, please. Will.
So Dixon, while our competitors get scores, I just want to remind our viewers here on the live stream that we've got second card coverage available through Smashbox TV. That is available from dynamicdisc.tv, or you can go to YouTube and search Smashbox with 2 X's TV. You can follow the second card coverage as well. With a couple of our competitors having minor blunders here, I think that's kind of going to open the door for some of those competitors on the second and third cards as well. So if you want to keep up with both of those at the same time, that is available to you.
So Paul going with his Star Destroyer, and he leaves it, comes out of his hand early. This is a 324-foot uphill, basically just a straight hyzer. He's going to have about a 50-foot putt there. Dave going with his Lucid Enforcer, and he is giving it plenty of juice. That has a chance of jumping. And it looks like he puts it in the shadow of the basket. Perfect angle by Dave Feldberg. Eagle now with his Star Firebird. And he has the same issue with Paul, that he doesn't drive it far enough before the hyzer, and it hooks around that guardian tree on the left. He's going to have a long putt. Will now with his Team Stamp D1. And that's looking great. If that might get some ground action. Oh, and that went right across the face of the basket. Will trying to get on SportsCenter himself. That was a great shot. This is about the easiest drive on the course because it sets up very easy for a natural right hand. You just throw a power hyzer right over the top of that ball golf green. Now there is the OB ball golf green as well as the OB bunker, but that doesn't usually come into play for these guys. With this wind, they know they have to throw power shots. They know they have to throw high speed. So it's just a matter of putting it out far enough to the right so that when it hyzers back in, they're still sitting in a good spot. So Rob, this is a hole where I'm sure these guys are all planning on having a birdie putt. Will and Dave are sitting nice. Paul and Eagle, this is not what they expected. Do you think they're upset about this?
Yeah, they're not going to be happy with this, with these set of drives, and it would be really easy for them to want to get aggressive. The only way that they should get aggressive on a shot like this is if the wind is favorable for them. I'm not sure what the wind is there for Eagle. He tossed some grass, and it looked like it was a left to right wind for him. So it looks like he might be able to
that's correct.
that
Left to right.
He just puts it on the pole. I think that's actually a smart play here.
So Paul from about 35 or 40. Paul is right on line. He hits that bogey band at the top. He had a great angle on that disc, but with the headwind, it had trouble getting out of the sky fast enough. He was right on line, but about 6 inches too high from hitting chain, so he falls down. So he'll have just a cleanup 5-footer for his par 3 on hole 4. Will now from about 25, left to right, slightly headwind, but mainly left to right putt. It's going to be probably swirling. He's about 50 feet to the right side of a big tree, so the wind could be swinging around that on both sides. And Will is up and in. Good aggressive putt there. Threw that with confidence. Dave now to clean up about a 8-foot putt here. Fantastic drive by Feldberg. This is the way you want to do it when it's windy. Put it close so you don't have to putt. And Dave is up and in as well. So Paul and Eagle will clean up their 3s. And Will and Dave are in with their birdie 2s on this hole. So Robert, you want to give us updated standings on our lead card here as we wander over to the 5th hole?
Yeah, I can do that for us. So our lead card right now still sits with Paul McBeth at the top of the card. He's at 26 under on the round. He's got 2 pars and a birdie 3 on our last par 4 there. Right behind him is Dave Feldberg, who just moved to 24 under with his birdie right there. That's his first birdie of the round, 3 pars before that. Eagle Wynn McMahon is just 1 stroke back of him. He's at 23 under par with 2 bogeys, a birdie, and then a par on our last hole 4 right here. And then Will Schustrick is 21 under par. Actually, he's moved to 22 under with that birdie right there. He's got, actually, he has not gotten the same number on any hole yet. He's gone 4-3, 5-2. So he's lost a little bit of ground to some other competitors. From the second card right now, Jeremy Colling is shooting 3 under on this round. He's 3 under through 5 holes, so he's sitting at 23 under par, tied with Eagle. And Nico LaCastro is 1 under on the round, just 1 stroke back of those gentlemen. So we're still pretty close here. Paul is lengthening the distance between him and his competitors right now, but I'm interested to see if he can continue that throughout the rest of this round.
So Dave going with that same Wonder Nut Giant from 2 holes ago, and he just peers this one right down the gut. It's a 659-foot par 4. Will putting back his D3 and going with a D1. And it looks like he chose the right stability there. He just crushes this one. Center cut on the upslope. That might be the longest drive I've ever seen on this hole. Wow. Paul now with the Swirly McPro Destroyer. And, well, I thought I had seen the furthest drive on this hole, and I think Paul is sitting right next to Will. Eagle going to the right side of the Guardian tree. He needs to get way around that. And he stays out of bounds there. So this hole has changed a little bit since last year, and the Eagle just found out what the big change was. So right through where the other three competitors drove, there used to be a giant willow tree that the branches hung all the way to the ground. It was an excellent guardian, and you basically had to decide to go way left or way right around that. But since that willow fell down this year, it makes that straight shot quite a bit easier. And so course designer Eric McCabe has put this fairway, ball golf fairway over here on the right. That is all out of bounds. Whereas last year, a lot of competitors would throw that shot Eagle did to the right side and then just play in from there because it was safe. But this year, that's out of bounds. So Eagle is actually going to have to take his drop way back here because of the angle that he flew. So he is the big tree right there. The big tree right there actually has some inbounds land right beneath it. So right now they're discussing whether or not Eagle's disc flew over that inbounds area. If it flew over that, he would get his drop right there. If it did not fly over that, he would take it back here. So it's about 150 feet worth of distance, and it's an important 150 feet because down there it's close enough. If he's able to take it down there, it is close enough to get to the basket. If he has to take the drop back here, that is, it generally pushes it too far up the hill. And it looks like they're going to give it here that he crossed in bounds. So I'm not really sure what they're. I can't say whether or not it was in bounds, but I'm not sure how they came to a determination to say for sure that it was in bounds. I hear lots of people in the crowd saying one thing or the other, but I don't know how much that crowd can be trusted, just because everybody's got a different angle, and you pretty much needed to be on the tee box in order to determine whether or not it went over that land. So Eagle is going to take his drop right here. That leaves about 350 feet up the hill. He's going to have to play probably a low skip shot or some sort of mid-range anhyzer. And it looks like he's going with an MD3 right here. No, he's going back, changing his mind. And that is either an... No, that's his PD2 right there. So he tries to go around the back side of that tree, and he catches the edges of it, falls down flat underneath. He's going to have about a little over 100 feet to go to get up and down from there. So Felberg has about 250 straight up the hill. Looks like he's got his sinus. And his line is good, but he hits the ground at probably about 50 or 60 feet short, gets a tiny skip forward. It seems like he's pulled that shot out a couple of different times where he's going up the hill with that approach sinus, and he has left it low all three of those times. Robert, why do you think Eagle went with the big hyzer on that shot, on that second shot, instead of taking the skip shot or the straight mid-range?
Man, I don't know. It may just be that it's a more comfortable shot for him, standing downhill of a shot like that. And it may be because a few holes ago when he threw a Star Firebird out of bounds, he pulled Gator and threw it, and it came out. He was throwing that straight. It came out a little bit low on him. So he may just be a little bit hesitant on that shot. The big hyzer may feel more comfortable to him, so that may be why he pulled that out for this occasion.
Will with his PA3 approach shot, and he bounds forward up the hill. It's going to have maybe about 15 feet. These drives are incredible. They are at least halfway up the upslope. It's probably a little shy of 200 feet. Paul going with his P2 approach putter, and he slides it just inside of Will. So 10 to 15 feet up the hill left there. This is an interesting green. If you hit it flat with something, the dandelions and tall grass are probably going to catch you. If you come in with a hyzer angle on a wide rim disc, this is actually a green that skips quite a bit. So depending on the angle that you're coming in, tells you where or tells you what kind of ground action you're going to get. So eagle from about 100 out. That's his D-line P2, which is right on line, but it does not stay high. So that was right into a headwind. I feel like the wind is kind of whipping around a little bit. This is almost a straight opposite direction from what it was on the last hole. So Dave now from about 25. The wind is off his left shoulder. It's slowing down a little bit to about 15 to 20. And he is up and in with the dagger. That just barely trundles over the rim there. If he had been about 2 inches shorter, I don't think that would have made it. So Will and Paul were just a tiny bit closer than I thought. Will from about 10 feet is in, and Paul will step in and clean up his as well. So there are 3 birdie threes there, and then eagle with his bogey 5 if this goes in. There he is. So eagle with the 5, everybody else with a 3. Quite a swing right there. So hole 6, about the only way you can go for hole 6 is if you have a big tailwind. This is actually a 580-foot hole. It doesn't look that far when you're on the tee. Standing there looking at it, this hole isn't something that you would say, well, that's the most beautiful hole I've ever seen. But it plays very difficult. There's a sidewalk that's about 5 feet inside of a road that's running on the right-hand side, and that runs the entire length of the fairway. On the left-hand side of the ball golf fairway is a cart path. So this entire fairway for the disc golfer, it's probably 250 feet wide or so. So you would think that that's not that big a deal, but I've actually seen people miss left and right on this one. It's possible that I've missed it, but I'm not going to report on that right now. So the wind right now is almost non-existent, actually. If it's doing anything, it's a slight headwind. Yeah, slight headwind. It's kind of, man, it's swirling all over the place. We have a big feather flag right next to us that sometimes it's showing a right to left wind, sometimes it's showing a headwind. Right now it's showing a dead tailwind. When we walked up, it was a dead headwind. Yeah, good luck for these players knowing what the wind's doing when they throw. This is a Wonder Nut World. And Dave gets a great push on it. He's going to leave about 120 feet up the hill. Will going with his D1. I've seen people roll this hole. I've seen people throw flexing hyzers. I've seen people just throw straight power hyzers out over the road. And that's what Will goes with, the power hyzer out over the road. And that is absolutely smashed. Oh my goodness. That is, man, that was dipped in HGH. Fantastic shot by Will. Pro AVR Destroyer. It steps up, turns over right. It is coming. It needs to skip off the road. I cannot. It has skipped back in. If that is safe, that is going to be putting. That was monstrous drive right there. And that looked like it landed on the wrong side of the road, so that had to skip about 30 feet or so. Eagle now trying to hyzer flip his PD2, but it basically just runs hyzer the whole way. So that's the nice safe shot there. It's just a straight hyzer. So Eagle has left himself about 200. So Robert, did you have eyes on Paul's shot coming in from the road there?
Actually didn't get to see that one finish. It sounds like what happened was exactly like you said. He had that turned over, and it just had just the right amount of stability to get back in from a skip on the road, which is an absolutely incredible shot. Also, really quickly, if you are paying attention and watching the live coverage right now, we'd like you to take a picture of where you're watching it and what your footage looks like, and post that either on Facebook or Twitter. We'd like you to post that to. Like I said, Facebook or Twitter, and tag either Dynamic Disc, tag both at Dynamic Disc and at Smashbox TV, Smashbox with 2 X's. We're really excited to have this much coverage on a tournament during the year. And if you would also use the hashtag GBO 2015, we'd be really excited to see all the people who are watching in the different places that you're watching it.
Ask every top-level player if putting practice is important, and you will get a
Will is up. Oh, and he just buzzes by on the right-hand side of the basket there. So Paul has come back inbounds. It looks like he is about, yeah, it looks like he is about 25 feet out from the basket. He's only about, I don't know, maybe 10 feet short from pin high. But he is going to have to throw some sort of turbo putt here. This is going to be interesting. It's going to be coming over the bush. I can see 1 foot stuck in the bush there. So that means he is leaning back quite a bit. He's going to try to turbo over the bushes here. And wow, that was a great attempt. It was chain high, just a little bit to the right. Wow, that was a great run there. The only two I've ever seen on this hole was a roller with a helping wind. So the fact that Paul was throwing turbo putt on this hole was pretty ridiculous. So it looks like everybody is going to step up and tap in for their par 3s on hole 6 here at the Emporia Country Club. So we are stepping over to hole 7 here. This is a 386-foot par 3. This is actually one of the few chances of a deuce on this course. It's a dead straight shot. The interesting part of this is that the first part of the fairway is slightly uphill, and then we're going downhill back to the basket. The road is running on the right-hand side, and the wind is actually picking up. It's now a dead headwind. And this is the same direction as the previous hole. So if you think that Paul threw 570-foot headwind shot on the last hole. So now you can actually just barely make out the top band of the basket here. Dave looks like he is going with the Lucid Enforcer. There is a ball golf green about pin high to the left. So if you get too much hyzer, you bring that into play. So Dave going with a low power hyzer here. Oh, that looks great. That looks great. What a shot right there by Dave Filberg. This is actually a pretty tough green because of a couple of mounds. And by the way the crowd reacted, made it sound like Dave parked it. Will going with the giant D1 power hyzer out over the road, over the tree. And that looks like it was a great shot too. This is some serious distance on these shots given this wind. Paul looks like he is lining up for that same shot that Will just did, the big power hyzer. He swings this way out to the right, and it comes back in just where he needs it. He is left of the basket. These are unbelievable shots right now. Eagle now going with Firebird, I believe, Star Firebird. And he puts it way out to the right, and it's swinging, getting a little wind push, and it comes back in. If that was left of the bush, if he's left of the bush there, that's actually probably going to be the best putt of the crowd there, because he'll be protected from the wind and have just maybe a 20-foot uphill putt at worst. This is a very difficult hole to have a 2 on in this wind, and based on what I could tell from that group of drives, it looks like everybody's within about 20 feet or so. That was an incredible collection of drives there. So Robert, could you tell me what was happening on the green there?
Yeah, Dixon, I actually can't believe Eagle went with Firebird there. That is absurd to throw that. And he did clear the bushes. He's on the back side of the basket. He is, however, not the closest competitor to the basket. I believe that, I think that's Feldberg's that's right by the basket, and I think Will is directly behind him. So Eagle still does have a 20-footer looking right at it, but what an unbelievable hyzer. That's just a ridiculous angle to throw. And with a slower disc, he really manned up and put that out there. That's pretty impressive.
And a little bit left to right, but mostly straight tail. It's only about 10 or 15 miles an hour right now. Oh, and he hits solid chains right there with his D-line P2, and it does not stick. Paul now from just inside of 20 with his McPro AVR. Up and in. So now Will is going from about 15 feet, so that means Feldberg is still inside of everyone. What a drive on this hole. And Will, it's in. It would look like it was zooming a little bit high and left. Dave from 5 feet. That is absolutely the best drive I've ever seen on this hole. And that's saying something when all three other drives were in the circle, that there would be such an incredible grouping there. That's pretty amazing. So now hole 8. This is going to be quite a challenge right here. Hole 8. It changed from last year. Actually, last year the hole 8 was coming down this hill that we are now going up. So this is 629 feet up the hill. There is the ball golf fairway on the left is actually out of bounds. So it is daring competitors to throw a tight hyzer there. I think the good design element of this hole is that if you play safe off the box and just go with a straight power hyzer, around this tree you are leaving yourself quite a bit of shot on your second shot. The problem with this green is that the basket is over the crest of a hill and it's a false front. It looks like the basket is right there, but the basket is actually about 80 feet behind the crest of the hill. So you can throw from down here in the valley thinking that you are right on top of the basket, and you might be 50 short. So we have actually a tailwind right now. So that makes me think that these guys are going to throw the Anheuser shot here, maybe turn over something stable. I think with this wind, I haven't ever played this wind on this hole. I think we could see some enormous drives right now. Dave going with his Huck Lap Giant. No, Dave going with just a straight hyzer. Maybe he's thinking that since we have, yeah, that's some really good distance there. Yeah, Maybe he's just playing that hyzer because he knows that with the tailwind he'll still get up the hill. Will now is looking at the anhyzer. He's going with his, I believe this is his 400G D1. It's possibly a D3 or D2. And it, if it hyzers out, I cannot tell if he got past that guardian bush. If he is in there, that's trouble. If he got past it, he is going to be way up there. Paul now with his McPro AVR Destroyer. This is the one that he throws on anhyzer for extreme distance. This is the one he threw 2 holes ago that skipped off the road. And that needs to get stable. Wow, that just rode anhyzer the whole way, and it's still the longest drive I've ever seen on this hole. This is Eagles Team Discmania PD2, and he has the same problem that Paul does, is that he throws that anhyzer and it never gets back to stable. Man, with the amount of spin that Paul put on a disc, Robert, can you talk about what's happening that on a stable disc like a Destroyer that we saw it hyzer back into a headwind 2 holes ago? What kind of spin is Paul generating so that it holds an anhyzer the entire way, even with the tailwind?
Yeah, I think that's what makes Paul one of the best players in the world, is the amount of spin that he can generate on a disc. If you watch Paul throw, his acceleration is truly incredible. He's probably accelerating as quickly as, I don't know, maybe the top 3 people in the world. I would say the only people who accelerate as quickly or maybe even a little quicker would be Simon Lizotte and maybe Will Schustrick. Otherwise, his acceleration is second to none, and it's kind of, well, I say second to none, and then I mentioned those 2 other guys. Like I said, he's top 3. What makes him able to throw so far is the way that he loads his hips. If you've played baseball before or watched people play baseball, you know that when they're loading to swing a bat, they're setting their hips so they can swing through fully, and I think that's what Paul McBeth does. He gets an incredible rotation from his trunk, which allows his arm to come through really quickly. He doesn't have the furthest reach back in the world, but he's able to accelerate so quickly. I think that's what puts so much spin on his drives.
Yeah, that's right. The spin that he is coming up with here is incredible, and your commenting is second to none. And by second to none, I mean like 12th.
That's real cute, man. Thanks.
So it looks like Dave and Eagle are pointing at each other. Dave's going to be first from about 200 feet, maybe a little more with this false front on the green. That tree is about 35 feet short of the basket. And it looks like he carries deep there with his blue judge. He should be right underneath the basket. I see several college kids hanging over the rails at the apartment complex right next door, cheersing everyone with their Bud Lights. Eagle now with his P2 approach putter. Will now it looks like Will has actually gone out of bounds here on hole 8. Paul from about 150 with the McPro AVR, and he just kind of jump putts that up there with the tailwind right underneath the basket. So yeah, Will is out of bounds. Wow, that's quite a mistake with this tailwind. So Will from about 120 or so just throws his PA2 up there underneath the basket. That is a disappointing It's going to be a disappointing par on this hole because really, I mean, you have about a 150-foot wide landing zone, and Will just pinched his off too much to the right. He slid across that OB line underneath the pine trees. There's an OB line that runs the entire right side of this fairway. Feldberg has actually gone a little bit deep here. See, he's going to step in. Yeah, about a 20-footer. It's going to be a right to left headwind for Dave. And he hits the high chains. A penthouse putt right there, and it falls down into the basket. Paul in for his 3. Eagle and Will tap in their 5-footers. So that is Eagle and Paul and Dave with birdie 3s on this hole, and Will with a par 4. Robert, I'm really looking forward to the opportunity for our young competitor here to throw an in of a disc and get 2 strokes under par. You know why I'd be so excited if that happened?
Why is that, Dixon?
Because then I could say that Eagle eagled with an eagle.
That would be a first probably in disc golf, although maybe he's done that before. He seems very talented. Second to none, except for the few people that are better than him, right?
Right. And I doubt it's going to happen with you, even though we do call you Bogey Bob sometimes. I doubt anybody's going to make a disc called a bogey. So maybe Bogey Bob getting a bogey, that's possible. We'll just have to come up with some other disc for it to happen with.
Just doesn't have quite the same ring to it as Eagle eagled with an eagle, though.
Well, sure, but you know, I mean, you're short and ugly, so you're always coming up on the short side of these sticks.
Oh man, I'm defenseless. I'm sorry.
All right, well, let's jump over here to hole 9. Hole 9 has changed this year. The basket is in the same location, but the tee box has actually moved up about 300 or 400 feet even, maybe a little bit more. So it has put this basket within range. We've actually caught up to our chase card. So this is a fun hole. It's got the wind that is going to allow our competitors to go for it. So from the cart path here, we have 430 feet. At about 100 feet in front of us, it starts sloping downhill. So the 430 feet is not going to be a problem. The tailwind is actually helping everybody out. The interesting thing about this hole is that if you want to have the best chance at a birdie, you're going to have to hit a few different gaps. There are 4 different, about 20-foot wide gaps that you can choose from. They're all about the same height. They've all got their own individual unique issues. The one that I'm going to guess most of these people are going to take is to throw a power hyzer shot right down the sidewalk. And the sidewalk actually, as it goes down the hill, it cuts to the left, and there is a pine tree that is about 50 feet right of the basket. The sidewalk actually goes right to that. So if you're looking down the sidewalk from the tee, that pine tree is about 50 feet to your left. So there's an OB line that comes into play that the competitors can't see. So they're actually going to be wanting to land. They're probably going to land out of bounds, but it is downslope. The grass is going down grain, and the discs are going to be moving on a right to left hyzer. So it all works in the favor of the skip shot, but it is quite an aggressive play. So Dave's gonna wait a second and let the traffic clear. There's a bunch of people watching the second card, and our lead card gallery is stretching all the way down this fairway here. So Dave going with the Lucid Enforcer. That has a great angle on it. That's actually probably going to land in bounds. And he gets a giant skip right to the basket. I got to imagine that's within about 20 feet, if not closer. Great shot by Dave. Perfect distance control that it would come under that pine tree. Paul now has pulled a couple of different discs. This one in his right hand looks like that same green Thunderbird that was such the hero disc yesterday on hole 5 at Jones East. I believe, well, he's putting that down, yes, so he's going with the Thunderbird here. That makes me think he's going to take the straight route and maybe not the sidewalk shot. Oh, and he had a great move on it, but the wind caught him a little bit. He was trying to hit a gap that was about 10 feet high. The wind lifted him, so he'd still powered through, probably 200 feet past that tree, but he is not in range for the 2. Eagle is setting up for a giant hyzer here. This is, wow, this is an aggressive shot. He needs that to move. He needs some ground action there. And I think that has actually gone out of bounds. That may have rolled in and then rolled out based on the crowd reaction. Will now with that same 750 H1, and wow, that is just smashed. That might even be deep. Wow, that was a huge shot, and it has gone out of bounds.
Behind the basket.
So this is going to be interesting to see where Will went out of bounds. If he just followed the sidewalk around and never hyzered back in, he's going to have to play that. Yes, so Michael Downs, PDJ official, is saying that Will never crossed in bounds.
Will's never crossed, they're saying. PDJ official.
So we're going to have to actually go back up to the tee box here. Will's never crossed in bounds. So he's going to have to take it the last place it was in bounds, which was right at the tee box. So we're all heading back to the tee. There was quite a crowd that had already begun walking down the fairway. And Will very quickly throws his second shot. Oh no. That needs to roll back. Oh, okay. Wow, what a turn of events right there. So Will steps back. Robert, do you think that shot was just straight out of anger? Do you think he thought about that? What do you think was going on there?
I'm not sure exactly what happened there. If you're Will here, you're trying to challenge her in the top 3 of this tournament, you've got to be frustrated if that shot doesn't hook up, especially if it's a pretty overstable disc like an H1. So it may be that he was frustrated. It may also just be that he knows the motion that he needs for that shot, and so he doesn't want to waste any time thinking about it or thinking himself out of the shot. So I think that might be what happened there with Will. While I've got you here, I want to remind you, if you are watching this coverage on dynamicdisc.tv, either this coverage or the Smashbox TV coverage, we'd really like you to take a picture of your setup and post it on either Facebook or Twitter. If you would tag at Dynamic Discs and at Smashbox TV with 2 X's with the hashtag GBO2015. We'd love to get more people watching the broadcast and more viewers watching these top competitors throw their shots today.
So Will actually, he stepped back to the tee and he ripped that second shot. It hit a guardian tree and bounced to the right. It actually rolled out of bounds, landing on the sidewalk and then rolled back in. So he was about 220 feet up the hill and he just put it right underneath with his approach putter. Paul now, after having nicked that tree, has he's got a little over 100. He is clearing some footing here, so that he can follow through with his shot. It looks like he has his, yeah, he's got his McPro approach putter here. And Paul lays his approach right there at the basket. So yes, it looks like Eagle's disc was right there, pin high. They're saying that it skipped, it hit inbounds, and then hashtag Weeble Wobbled rolled out of bounds.
The Weeble Wobbles are so powerful.
Can we get that hashtag trending worldwide? Can you help me out there, Robert?
I'll consider it. Thank you for asking.
So it looks like we're having a discussion here. So PDGA official Michael Downs had put it in a spot when a spectator came up and said, no, it wasn't here, it was there. So Eagle, listening to that guy, started to move forward when Dave Feldberg came over and said, whoa, 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 whoa. Wherever the PDGA official says that went out is where it went out. And Eagle drains it for his three. Really good save there. That was about 20 feet, 25 feet down the hill with a crossing wind. Feldberg now from about 10 feet. What a drive here. So Dave is in for his birdie 2. Paul and Will step up to tap in their shots. Paul in for his 3. And Will in for his 5. So let's head back over to the studio for our second to none reporter Robert McCall and some score updates.
Second to none is right. Thank you for bringing that up again. So actually with that putt, that birdie putt on hole 9, Dave Feldberg has moved into 1 shot of the lead. He's actually going to be at 28 under par right now. So he's just behind Paul Macbeth, who's still holding steady at 29 under par in the lead. Just behind these guys, but not on our lead card, Nico LaCastro is 3 under par on the round, so he is sitting at 24 under. And then Jeremy Colling is looking at 23 under as well. He's 3 under par on the round. Eagle McMahon is right there with them, 23 under. And then Ricky Wysocki is actually tied for the hot round on the course right now. He's sitting at 4 under par, so 23 under on the day. With that 5, Will is going to move back to 22 under par, so he's going to be, it looks like he's going to be tied for 8th place right there. So while our top 2 competitors have begun to distance themselves from the others, we'll see if Feldberg can keep his hot streak going. Both Paul and Feldberg, it looks like right now, are bogey free, but we know that there are a lot of difficult holes coming up, so we'll see if they can maintain that streak for the rest of this round.
So hole 10 here is a downhill for the first 2/3 and then uphill after that. It's 402 feet and there is a left to right tailwind. Dave going with the power hyzer. I believe that was his giant. I didn't see. And it just crashes once it turns into the wind. It dies. The players are going to have to be aggressive here, aiming right at the basket with this crosswind. Paul going with the Star Destroyer. And Paul puts it up with a little more height and a little more aggressive angle. And he gets a nice bounce and a trundle forward. Looks like he's going to be at about 10 feet. Eagle now, and here we go with that same Firebird. He puts down his PD2 and picks up that Star Firebird that he amazed us with on hole 7. And he rips that thing flat almost. What a shot. Oh, and he lands right next to the sidewalk and shoots across, but he was pin high, so this will be the second hole in a row where he's going to have a chance to save circle 3. Will now with his D1. That's same angle that Paul was coming in on. Oh, but Will, it dies as soon as it turns into the wind. He lost all of his forward momentum, and that nose turned down. So Paul showing everyone how to handle that wind there. His was the only angle that didn't get crushed when it turned into the headwind. And speaking to our competitors before the round there, I asked Dave Felberg what he thought he would shoot, what he thought the hot round was going to be. And he said, and I asked him what he needs to shoot to win. He said that if he shoots a 49, he's going to win. So I said, does that mean that you think Paul's only going to shoot a 51 or a 52? And he said, well, maybe a 51 and we'll go to a playoff. So it looks like right now our players are aiming right around that 50 mark. And speaking with everybody else, they think it's possible for someone to get 47, 48. They just don't know if that'll happen right here on the lead card. They were saying that was probably going to have to be somebody that's a little more loose and really running at some stuff. So Dave, speaking with some spectators here, getting some confirmation that his disc, while it was a good angle off the box, it got crushed by the crosswind once it turned. So Robert, why don't you explain to everybody what happens, like why did Will's disc and Dave's disc die when that right-handed hyzer turned into that left to right crosswind?
When you have a disc that's weighted like ours are on the edges, if you want the wind to help your disc, if you want the wind to get taken by the disc, you always show the bottom of the disc to the wind. So that's why right-handed, backhanded players love throwing big anhyzer flex shots with a left to right wind, because you can use the wind to help your disc. With this wind right here, once the wing gets down in the wind, it's not allowing any airflow to get underneath the disc, and so it just shoves the disc down toward the ground. I think that's what we saw with Will's shot and Dave's shot as well.
So Dave had about 60 feet. He gave it a little bit of a run and back into that headwind, but he is up short. Will now, oh, that was a good run, but he hits left side change with his 350 GPA3. Eagle now, he must have gone just shy of the basket, so he takes his 1 meter in from the out of bounds line. Anytime you go out of bounds, you can get 1 meter of relief from that line. So he is looking right back at us from about 20 feet. And he puts that putt right in the heart of the chains. So it looks like Will and Paul will step up theirs. It looks like it might actually be Will, but Paul is going to tap in for his birdie 2 on hole 10. So he will take 1 stroke back from Dave. So now Dave and Paul are back to the separation they had to start the round, Paul having a 2-stroke lead on Dave.
Ask every top-level player if putting practice is important, and you will get a unanimous yes. Introducing the Recruit Basket by Dynamic Discs. This basket is tournament quality at a practice price. It can be put together or taken down in about 2 minutes and comes with all the necessary hardware and tools. The Recruit Basket has 13 inner and 13 outer strands of zinc-coated chains. The rest of the basket is electrophoresced first, and then powder-coated for protection from the natural elements. Weighing in at just over 50 pounds, it's very sturdy, but with the built-in wheel on the base, it's very easy to move. The Recruit Basket is easy to carry in a car's trunk because the pole is made of 2 parts. It also comes with an in-ground sleeve for a more permanent and secure installation. Get ready for tournaments. Get better. Get the Recruit.
Disc golf is a sport growing in popularity all over the United States and around the world. Dynamic Discs is the premier disc golf manufacturer, distributor, and retailer for enthusiasts, beginners, experts, and hardcore players. Along with hosting some of the best professional Disc Golf Association tournaments in the country, Dynamic Discs also takes pride in offering the best customer service in the disc golf industry. At Dynamic Discs, customer service isn't just a department, it's the way we do business. Our entire staff at Dynamic Discs is knowledgeable and passionate about growing the sport and providing you with an exceptional experience. We know how important it is to get the products that you order in your hands as quickly as possible. Orders are shipped immediately from our own inventory and arrive at your doorstep in 2 to 3 days to almost any location around the United States. Check us out at dynamicdiscs.com.
Coverage for that 2015 Glass Blown Open is brought to you in part by Dynamic Discs. Be passionate, be extraordinary, be dynamic. Latitude 64, when quality matters. The Professional Disc Golf Association. The professional association for all disc golfers. OGIO, Ultimate Organization, Maximum Performance. Larry Cooper. Emporia State University, Delta Disc Golf, the Emporia Convention and Visitors Bureau.
So we are back here on hole 11 at the Emporia Country Club, and it looks like it is shaping up to be a 2-horse race coming down the backside. Paul Macbeth now has a 2-stroke lead on Dave Felberg. That's where the round started off, and Dave was looking like he was making a push, picking up a stroke there on Paul on hole 9, but Paul got that stroke back on hole 10. So hole 11, very interesting hole here. We're going to go down this hill behind me and up the hill. The card in front had just teed off, and there are several different ways to manage this hole. We saw Henrik from Sweden go with the big lefty hyzer. We saw Paul Ulibarri try to throw a turnover shot, which then hyzered. We saw Nico Lacastro go with a roller, and then Big Germ Colling went with the power flick. So there are lots of different ways to skin this cat. The entire left side of the fairway, and actually there are all those people standing down there. They are standing right on the cart path, which is the OB line on the left-hand side. If you were to drive out of bounds on this hole, you actually go to the drop zone. This is not playing it where you go out of bounds, and this is a treacherous drop zone. If you have to play from this drop zone, you're looking at about a 350 to a 375 foot shot. It's going to be a blind shot up the hill around the corner to the right. So this hole you can get in trouble very quickly. Down the entire right-hand side is a very big set of woods, basically. Now it's not so thick that your disc can't get in there. So there are plenty of gaps in the trees. So a disc that's turned over hyzer, or the lefty hyzer, like Henrik's was, that's going to head into the trees. It's going to be very difficult to get up and down. So there are many different ways to go about this hole. So our competitors, we have a little bit of a break here as the group before is heading down to their shots and throwing up. For the right-handed person, if you don't have a monster flick, the best idea is just to throw something flat and land on the upslope. You have to beat this corner in order to have an open look at this basket. Now the basket is not protected at all. The drive is the hard part of this shot. It's 517 feet total, and you need probably about 300 feet dead straight in order to have an unencumbered look. The problem is the wind is coming straight in the face of the competitor at some times, and at other times it's going right at their back, because this is down in a valley. There's a pond on the left and there's woods on the right. So we are standing on one side of a tunnel, and the wind kind of comes and goes as it pleases through here. So Robert, on this hole, when the wind could do either, and the left side is the out of bounds, what do you think is the appropriate play for these competitors?
Gosh, this is a really daunting tee shot, just like you said, because on the tee box, the competitors are likely feeling wind that's different than it is out in the tunnel and amongst the trees, and then once you get out past the trees toward the basket. So I think if I was playing this hole, I think I would play it just like you said. I would try and throw something flat to the upslope, something nice and overstable but not crazy overstable, probably a biofusion enforcer or something like that, just to try to get a 3. I mean, this is going to be a very, very difficult hole to get a 2 on with the wind in shifting directions, and so I think I would play it exactly how you said. If you're watching on dynamicdiscs.tv right now, we'd encourage you to look in the bottom corner of your screen and select HD. If your internet is good enough, that may improve the picture for you even more. So we wanted you to check that out if you have that option available
I
to
wanted
you.
to make sure that it was safe. There's a lot of
So I just heard a cheer come up from down by the basket there. I'm not sure what happened, but I'm going to guess it's good. I hope the crowd wouldn't be so mean as to cheer something bad going on. So our competitors here, they're sitting under a tent, taking it easy. Will and Paul are chatting over on the left-hand side. Eagle is speaking with his caddy right now. So it looks like our guys are just kind of taking it easy for a second. Dave is inspecting the hole, checking the wind. When you get a break like this in the middle of the round, sometimes it's good that you can help refocus, but also you could be sitting in a position where you feel like you're playing pretty good, and you have to take a break, and you want to just get right back at it. So it looks like the carts there are all clearing the left side. I feel like some Flight of the Bumblebee should be playing or something. So they are heading up the fairway over to the hole 12's tee box, so that's going to make me think that this drive is clearing. And so it looks like Paul is about to step up to the box. He is going with his McPro AVR Destroyer. That makes me think he is going with the same sort of shot that Ulibarri threw. It's going to be a power shot down the middle, slight anhyzer, and then it may or may not hyzer at the end. And he is trying to cut the corner. And it powers through the corner and then hyzers back. He is in the short grass up there. That's going to leave him probably less than 100. Dave going with his low giant shot. That is the smart play if you're not getting aggressive. He just puts it right in the middle. Great shot by Dave. He's got quite a bit longer than Paul, but he's probably no more than 200 feet out. A wide open shot right up the hill. Eagle going with yet another PD2, and he turns this over way early. He is in the trees there. That is not out of bounds, but it's going to be difficult to get out from there with as fast as that disc was moving. Will going with, I thought that was his roller disc, unless maybe he throws that on an air shot sometimes. I think the only pink disc he had in his bag was a 400G D3 that he rolls with, but that was an air shot trying to ante and cut the corner the way that Paul was attempting to do as well. So our competitors have thankfully avoided the out of bounds here so that you don't have to see the carnage that is this drop zone. I can see Will's disc went into the trees there and then dropped right on the corner. So he shouldn't have too bad of a shot. It should be open. He might need to Anheuser a little bit. Probably about 250 feet or so. So Robert, Eagle now has fallen a few strokes behind, even though he started out one stroke back, and he is in a tough spot in the woods. If you could get in this young man's ear right now and give him some advice, what would you say?
Man, when it's a tough round like this, especially on a big stage, I mean, this is one of the biggest stages that we have in disc golf, just second to Worlds, USDGC, the major level tournaments. And with this kind of gallery, it's definitely a place where people could get nervous, especially if you haven't been in that situation before. I don't know Eagle very well. His mental game may be excellent, but I would just say to him, make sure and take a few deep breaths. Don't let the moment overwhelm you, because it's just disc golf. I mean, you're a professional disc golfer. You've done this so many times that nothing else going on around you should matter. It's just you and the course. If you go out and play your best and you lose, then you played your best. There's really nothing that you can do. So I would just tell him to take a deep breath, slow down, make sure that he's picking his shots correctly, and then be confident. Be confident in the game plan that he's already constructed. It's worked well for him on the past two courses, and so that's what I would tell him to do today.
So Eagle has found his disc. He is every bit of 120 feet into the woods, and he's probably he's going to have to go uphill about 20 feet. We would point the camera at it, but you can't see anything from where he's standing. So he's got to go uphill about 20 feet, and he's got about 100 and so feet of carry just to get out of the woods. Now it could be possible that he is in there and has a line out, but my guess is he's going to have to throw some sort of thumber or roller or some sort of crazy shot to try to get out of these woods. I saw the forward motion and I heard some limbs, but it does not look like he got out there. Yeah, it looked like he went with some sort of overhand shot. I see one of our media partners from Jomez coming out from way in the woods, so hopefully we'll have a shot of what happened there on the post-round wrap-up there. So Will now about 220 feet straight up the hill. He's actually looking into the woods. It's possible that Eagle hit something right in front of him. It's possible that he made it all the way to the edge. Actually, I see Eagle now. He's gone up the slope. So he is about 15 feet from the edge of the woods. Now here he might have a clear shot. He might not. Actually played a practice round with Bobby Cool Daddy Slick Breeze, and he was from about this same spot, and he chucked it in from right there to save par, I believe. Will now with his PA2 straight up the hill. Great distance control. He slid right up to the pin. That is not an easy, as easy of a shot as it would seem to begin with. So now it's still Eagle's shot. He is in the woods over here to the right. So Eagle, yeah, it looks like he's got about 20 feet out. He seems to be taking a relatively normal practice swing here. So I'm expecting just a straight backhand from him. Yeah, he has his P2 in his hand. Oh, and it was coming out. It seemed like it came out with some good steam, and he nicked a tree limb. He's going to have about 80 feet still to go. Dave from just a little under 2, maybe 175 straight up the hill. Probably throwing his blue Cenis, yeah. And it lifts up on him, quite a jump up, and then falls right back down. So Dave has slid up to about 10 feet. Good control of his distance, even though the wind was playing games with him. So now Paul, after blasting through the corner of the trees there, he is pin high. And he has about 100 feet. During a practice round here last week, actually, our Swedish Finn Henrik actually threw a lefty power hyzer and then hit a 60-foot putt for a natural deuce on this hole. Oh, and Paul gave that a run and put a shadow on the basket. That was an incredible run from 100-something feet. So Eagle now from about 70. He's got a straight tailwind up the hill. And he gives it a great run, expecting a little bit of a drop because of the tailwind, and it just continues sailing right over the hole. So Paul from about 20 is up and in. What a clutch putt right there. So now Eagle and Will and Dave will have a chance to clean up. And Eagle jams his in. I believe that is for a 5. Yeah. So then Dave and Will for their par 3s. So actually I see standing right over here next to me our women's Glassblown Open champion, Paige Pierce. Paige, congratulations on your win. What did you think about how you played today?
I played pretty good on the back 9. I was kind of aggressive, so I kind of messed up on the back 9, but I played pretty good for the most part.
So the final margin of victory, I think, was 8 or 9 strokes. Did you feel confident there on the back that you could play aggressive, or did you feel like you had to do that to show that you couldn't be caught?
No, I was just playing aggressive. Like, I felt like I had it locked up with probably 5 holes to play when I was up by 9 holes, or 9 strokes. So I just played aggressive because we get bonuses if we shoot certain rated rounds. So I was like, all right, I'll try.
What was your round rated, do you know?
I'm not sure, but I know I didn't meet what I needed.
Okay. Well, congratulations on your win. We look forward to seeing you out tonight at the block party for a little bit of celebration. Thanks for coming to Emporia and to the Glassblown.
Thank you.
So hole 12 here, actually hole 12 and 13 is a chance for our competitors to go deuce-deuce if they throw the right shots here. After that, the holes begin to get very difficult as we come home on the back 9. Hole 12 is downhill. Well, the second half of the hole is downhill, about 364 feet. There is tall grass and a red stake OB line from the ball golf course running the entire right-hand side. All of the trees that you see on the right are hanging over the out of bounds. So if someone wants to throw a hyzer here, they need to make sure they do not go right. There is a ton of space left. The shot that seems to work here is some sort of fairway driver. Paul looks like he's going. I believe that is his. Yeah, that was his team stamp. Oh, brother. That was his team stamp PD. And the wind pushed him way to the left. And I'm fairly certain he's out of bounds right there. Yeah, he needed to go more stable. Dave is seeing that. He's going with a Lucid Enforcer. And Dave smashes one down the right-hand side and is hyzering back. That looks like it's going to skip right up to the hole. Yeah, the crowd gives a big cheer, the ones that can see the basket. So if Dave has parked that and Paul is out of bounds, we might be tied after this hole. Will now with his orange, I believe that's a 750 F1. It was on a great angle. It was standing up to drive forward and it nicked a tree limb and falls down probably 100 short. Eagle going with an enormous flick right here is what he's lining up for. This is a PD2, so there is a left to right wind that he's playing. And that looked like he had the right angle and the right distance. Wow, that's not a shot that I was expecting to see anyone do, and frankly, that's a shot that I was not expecting to work. So as things are nodding up here, let's head back to the studio, and second to none, Robert.
Hey, thank you for bringing up the second to none again. It's really my favorite thing I've ever said on air. I want to give a quick score update as Paul McBeth is likely out of bounds here. If he's able to save his 3, then if Feldberg converts on his birdie, then he'll only be 1 stroke back. But if Paul goes ahead and misses that putt and gets a bogey 4, they're going to be knotted up at 29 under par, assuming that Feldberg gets his birdie. But I think the story right now is that the top 6 competitors on the course right now are all at 5 under, with the exception of Nico LaCastro, who is shooting 6 under par right now. He's actually sitting in 3rd place at 27 under par, so he's just 1 shot back of Dave Feldberg right now, and 3 from McBeth before this hole. Now, I do want to note something on hole 11, that extremely difficult hole. Both Nico and Nate got eagle 2s on that hole. Nate Sexton, sorry. But he got a 4 pretty quick after that, so he's at 24 under. But Nico is making a charge for the lead right now.
Oh, man, and we almost had quite the swing here. Paul's drive went straight into an OB tree and actually bounced out about 20 feet into the fairway, so he was safe. Not OB, but still about 100 out. Well, then he put a run on his McBeast Pro AVR and almost put that in the basket, so he's going to have an easy 3. Only going to drop 1 stroke here. Whereas Will, on the other hand, had a great drive, nicked a tree, and fell about a foot out of bounds. What a swing between the 2 of them there. Will from about 50, and the wind gets on top of the disc and just pushes it straight down. Eagle now, after that incredibly creative flick line and then amazing execution, he's got about a 10-foot putt for his birdie too. What a birdie right there. That's, I mean, that is just a great throw. And the idea to even do it, I'm still just kind of amazed that he pulled this off. Now, I don't play with a lot of players that have power forehands, and so I don't see a lot of that shot. But usually I can at least see it. I can see the line on the hole, because I always lament that, man, I wish I had a forehand. But I can tell you quite honestly that it never occurred to me to throw a big forehand, a righty forehand on that shot. Robert, did you see that shot when we were out here scoping the course?
Oh, absolutely not. That's a crazy shot. I think the only time I would have ever considered it is if maybe we were playing with a lefty who would throw a big lefty hyzer or something like that. That may be the only way I would have thought about that shot. I know Eagle's not quite having the round that he wants to right now, but I have a feeling we're going to see him on more lead cards in the future. He has a ton of talent and just had a couple of mistakes early on, but with shots like that and with the capability to throw shots like that, I have no doubt that we'll see him more in the future as well.
And I'm sure we're going to see Eagles some more. And then seeing the other players on this card, that was quite a swing. Paul throwing into the tree and bouncing back inbounds. Will having a good shot that hits a tree and goes out of bounds. So it seems like the saying is true that Treesus giveth and Treesus taketh away right there. So here we are on hole 13. It's a 371 foot, basically just a straight hyzer. However, we have quite a headwind picking up. The entire right side of the sidewalk is out of bounds. Dave going with that same lucid enforcer that he has been piping lately. Oh, and it turns Annie. That needs to come back. It's fighting. It's fighting. And the crowd is appreciating that as an ace run. I think it's actually about 30 or 40 short. The wind is picking up to the point where our scoreboard holder was just having some difficulty there. Eagle with that same Firebird, and he shows why that disc is so popular. He just rips that into the headwind, and he skips left. He is short. The other interesting thing about this hole, and it is really picking up, it's got to be 25 or 30 right now, straight into our face. About 70 or 80 feet left of this basket is a red staked OB line. So you can't just bail out left because there is OB there. Paul has a Star Destroyer in his hand. And he puts it out way to the right. Oh my goodness, and it has come all the way back in. And it hits right under the basket and skips. That's an unbelievable shot. He was 80 or 90 feet right of the sidewalk, and he landed in bounds with this wind. Will now with his D1, he's going for the low power skip shot. That lands OB, it needs to jump big.
Come on. Yeah.
And it has gone in bounds. It is off the sidewalk, is that right? Yes, it is off the sidewalk. So Will Schustrig is in bounds. And that is the short side, so he's going to have probably less than a 20-foot putt there if he is basket high. It is very ideal to, you would think, lining up for this hole to play that skip shot. The problem, though, is that just to the right of the OB cart path is actually the rough for the ball golf course. So even though it seems like it would skip nice, that grass is thick and is actually coming in across the grain. So that's why Will had a high-speed, big-wing disc, and it landed at a great skip angle, and yet it still only jumped about 10 feet, 15 feet or so. Looked like he jumped to the sidewalk and then hashtag weeble wobbled inbounds.
Yeah, Will had just the right amount of weeble and wobble on his disc there. Also, I've got a few people in the chat telling me that they think that blue disc is not a D1. They think it's an X1, which is why he's so confident throwing that into the headwind.
Okay, yeah, I do see on my notes that he has a baby blue X1, so that is entirely possible there. Will has several Prodigy discs that are not stock stamp, and so I'm trying to get eyes on them, but thank you very much for the crowd pointing that out. I'll try to verify with Will when I get a chance to speak with him. Dave from 35 is up and it hyzers just early with that dagger. Yeah, I see that actually Will has a D1, a D3, and an X1 that are all not stock stamp baby blue. Paul from 40. Oh, lips off the basket and actually goes, wow, it goes shooting towards out of bounds, but it lays up about 3 feet short of the sidewalk. So Paul's going to have about 12 or 15 feet back to the basket for his par. Will now will take his meter in from the line. Even if you're not out of bounds, you always get to have 1 meter of relief because it is illegal to throw from an out of bounds position, and so it gives plenty of room there. So Will from about 20 feet or so for his birdie 2. So Will is in for his 2. Eagle for his 3. Dave cleans up for his 3. And now Paul will walk over for his 12-footer or so and clean up for his 3. So Will is the only one that gets the birdie on that hole. So I see that our chase card has just left the tee box in front of us. So why don't we take this opportunity to go hear from our sponsors. We're going to have a couple of minute break here and we will come back to our action. Feel free to look at the other coverage that's going on through Smashbox. Also going through the same portal at dynamicdisc.tv. We'll be right back with you in just a little bit.
This is Bobby from Dynamic Discs, and I'm here to tell you about a product called Dymax. Dymax is the proprietary process we use to put the most detailed images on a disc. We can Dymax your tournament discs, or even send us your trophy discs. Send us an image and we'll Dymax it.
Can I Dymax my car?
Yeah, we can Dymax your car.
Can I Dymax my cat?
Yeah, we can Dymax your cat. Isn't he cute?
Can I Dymax my lunch?
Well, that's kind of weird, but yeah, we can Dymax your lunch. Go online today to order from our pre-made Dymax discs or send in your image so we can create your custom Dymax. Learn more at dynamicdisc.com/Dymax.
Coverage for the 2015 Glass Blown Open is brought to you in part by Dynamic Discs. Be passionate, be extraordinary, be dynamic. Latitude 64, when quality matters. The Professional Disc Golf Association. The professional association for all disc golfers. OGIO, ultimate organization, maximum performance. Larry Cooper. Emporia State University. Delta Disc Golf. The Emporia Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Welcome back to Emporia Country Club here. While we have a little bit of a backup, wanted to give another quick update on our scores. Pretty much as soon as I mentioned that Nico LaCastro was moving up the scoreboard, he has slowed down just a little bit, and Paul McBeth and David Feldberg have continued to press forward. So right now, after 12 holes, we've got McBeth sitting at 31 under par, and Feldberg is just one stroke behind him at 30 under par. Through 13 holes, Nico LaCastro is 27 under, and oh, there's a perfect shot of the scoreboard. I'm so excited that we have that. Now we can see that Ulibarri is at 23 under, Colling is also at 23 under, and then Henrik Johansson is at 20 under. In between them, Nate Sexton has moved up, putting together a pretty solid round. He's at 5 under on the round, sitting at 24 under par. And then, like I said, Ulibarri and Colling behind him, and Eagle McMahon is tied with them as well. He's one over on the day at 23 under par. So while we were getting a little bit closer with our competitors, it seems like Paul McBeth and Dave Feldberg are distancing themselves once again.
So it seems like the reason that some of the drives on the card before us were so short is because the wind has just started screaming. Probably about a 30-mile-an-hour wind right into our face. This hole here, hole number 14 out here at the Country Club, 766 feet. Most of it is playing down a ball golf fairway. However, we are coming from the rough, so there are some trees around us. They're not really in the shot, so to say. There is one set of limbs about 100 feet out in front. The general shot that most players are going to take here is probably to turn over something stable, low. The fairway slopes from right to left, and there is an OB sidewalk cart path down to the left. Because most right-handed players, if they throw a hyzer, it's going to be coming in on that fairway. That short grass has quite the skip on it, so they want to be real careful that they're going to be landing flat. When it is the opposite wind of this hole, it's actually a relatively threeable par 4 because you can throw enormous anhyzers off of this with the crosswind or even rollers. So Will is stepping up now, and he has got his D1 ready for launch. Yes, and he turns over that stable disc, and it is getting back to stable. Wow, and that looked like it was really far out there, but this wind just killed it. He is going to be a very tough angle.
I guess it would be me. It's me, Paul.
So now Dave is going with his Wonder Nut Giant that he threw on hole 3 and hole 5. And he goes with the low shot, and it is cut down. That might need, oh boy, okay. He got a cut roll, and it is turned and coming right back towards us. The wind, wow. The wind blew that back maybe 200 feet from where it first hit the ground. Wow. Eagle turns over his PD2, and it gets flat, and he is off to the right. It's a safe shot, but it is not in a good spot. Paul now with his Star Destroyer. And he rips one flat. If that gets stable. Wow, that's a great shot by Paul. He actually plays it down to the right-hand side of this fairway, so that gives him an alley where he can pretty much throw that same shot again to the basket. So after Dave's disc hit the ground, it actually began to cut roll, and the wind caught it, and it started pushing it actually back up the hill. So his drive is scarcely 150 feet from the box, even though it landed much further up. He's lucky that it didn't just roll straight down the fairway, down the hill, across the cart path. So Dave is still every bit of, say, 600 feet from the basket. And he's got his Lucid Enforcer. I think this is probably the most stable thing in his bag as far as a distance driver. So he's going to put this out to the right, play it back in. Oh, and he had a great angle on that shot. Wow. If that had been about 10 feet left, he would have continued to power through the wind right there and gotten a huge hyzer back to the left and set him up for a great angle to approach this green for 4. However, he hit that tree and fell down directly behind it. So he still has probably, geez, he might still have 350 or 400 feet to go, and he is going to be right behind a big tree, giving him an awful angle. He's going to have to throw either an Annie into a headwind, or he's going to have to throw a hyzer out of bounds. Both of those are not ideal situations when you're only one stroke behind, and the leader has put a great drive out there. So Eagle now setting up for his forehand shot. It is about a 25-mile-an-hour straight headwind. And wow, he gives that quite the tug. It is hyzering back down, and he is in safe. Probably got about 150 to 200 feet to the hole from there. Should be relatively open. Will now stepping up to his shot. He is within range to get to the basket, but he has no good angle. It actually looks like he's going to have to throw a very tight tunnel shot for about the first 100 feet, or he's going to have to go out to the left with something like Eagle did right there. I think he's going for the hyzer with that same D1. And he ropes it. What a shot. It actually got too stable on him. I did not think that was going to be a problem with this wind, but he hit his gap perfectly. I really did think that disc was going to stand up flat and had a chance of almost getting down there. So Paul, with the longest drive of the bunch, and he is set up with a pretty interesting shot here. He's got about 350 feet, OB fence on the right. He's got a spot to throw, but this is a dangerous place. And I could not make out what that disc was, but he rips a low hyzer, and he's gonna maybe have a chance at a 3 there, but at the very worst a 4. Dave now, on the other hand, has a tough angle to try to get up here. He's going with that same Lucid Enforcer, and wow, that was a confident shot. That was a confident shot. He actually turned that flat, and as it was beginning to, it looked like it was going to hold that anhyzer for a little bit. If he had held it for just a second more, it would have turned back hyzer and been pin high. But as it was, it hyzered a little bit early, and he hit right in the heart of that oak tree. And in honor of Greg Barsby, I'll say it, Dave is dead in the middle of the tree. So now we are stepping up to, I believe Will is going to be next. No, it's going to be Eagle. He's got about 100 feet left. He's going to probably have his flick gator. Yeah, that's what he's lining up with. No, he's actually going with his, his P2 there. D-line P2 from about 120. Jump putt, oh, he gets it high, then needs to sit down. Oh, and it catches a branch, falls down left. He's going to be inside the circle. He's lucky that hit a branch. That had a chance, if it didn't hit something, of floating all the way to the right out of bounds. Oh, so Will is actually right here next to our position. Dave and Paul were up looking for Dave's disc. So Will has about 80 feet. The wind is blowing everything around. It's pretty much a straight headwind, at least 20, maybe 25 miles an hour right now. Oh, and Mo gives it a great run. From a knee from about 80, he is up with his PA3. What a great run there. So Dave has come to rest right in the middle of the tree. So this being a solid obstacle, he takes his drop right behind the tree, the first place that he can get footing, basically right behind the solid object. And Paul checks that he is outside. He has the right line, but he does not give it enough push into this headwind, and he slides under the basket. He's going to be easy putt coming back for his 4. So Dave actually has a chance to tie Paul on this hole. He is checking the wind and it is blowing right back in his face. About the same distance, but he is from a knee going the other way around the tree. Oh, and Dave tries to ride the wind there. He gets a float about the second half of the flight. Nicks the basket. He needed just a touch more lift on that disc. Eagle from 15. And he is up and in for his 4. So Dave, Paul, and Will all have about 7 or 8 feet to go. Will is in. Paul is in. And Dave is in with a 5, everyone else with a 4. So this is the start of the gauntlet at this course. That was a very difficult par 4, especially with the headwind. So now we're going to step over to hole 15. It's a 391-foot hole. It's downhill, but because of the OB road on the right and there's a big guardian tree on the left, it really shapes the shot that you have to throw maybe a power flick that's going to hold straight and hyzer right at the very end. On calm days, we're throwing a turnover mid-range or a turnover fairway, like a St. Pro or a T-Bird. But today, I don't know if that mid-range type disc is going to get there. I believe that was an M3 and it looks perfectly laced. Oh, his angle was great, but it looked like it just didn't have the lift there at the end he was hoping for. Eagle now setting up for the flick. And he needed a low flick and he got it way too high. It hits that guardian tree on the right hand side and somehow bounces to the left and behind. That's going to be a tough up and down. Paul trying for that same low, stable turnover flick. I believe this is a Star Destroyer. And Paul hits the gap right. He needs that to get over and get down. Oh my goodness, and he absolutely parks it. What a perfect flick. Pressure is on Dave now. Dave going with his white Havoc roller. That needs to curl out quick. I cannot tell there. There is a bush right there. There is a bush right there, so if he, yeah, there's the bush, and there's a whole line of cars right there. So it's possible that he is in. There's also a couple of rocks, big kind of landscaping rocks that run the whole border here on the right. So this will be interesting to see what happened here. Eagle now going with the flick Firebird, it looks like. Eagle needs some ground action here, and he gets a skip. He's put that about pin high. Gonna have about a 35-footer or so for his par. That's a real good lead from where he was. So Robert, Dave is a champion. Do you think he's feeling any sort of pressure here? Down a stroke with a few holes to go, right after Paul absolutely parks this hole.
Pressure, maybe. I think he's probably a little upset that his roller didn't work out exactly how he wanted to. But this is, if you're in Dave Feldberg's shoes, this is a little unfortunate layout of a hole for you because you're competing with somebody who has a very, very good forehand, who's very proficient, who can take something overstable with the wind and count on it to come back to the right. And you know, he just threw an absolutely perfect shot. Dave hasn't spent a lot of time on a forehand, or maybe he's spent a lot of time but doesn't have a forehand that he trusts, and so throwing a roller with any kind of wind like this is always going to be a little more difficult. So I assume that he maybe feels some pressure, but he's just got to be surprised that Paul absolutely pured this hole. I think he's going to want to drain this putt if he's got to look at it.
So it sounds like the competitor said that Dave was safe. I don't know. I'm trying to get an angle around this bush here to see where Dave is. He might have actually gone in the bush. This is a very thick cedar bush. Well, Dave was enough behind it that he just pitched out right there. I can't even see him. He's less than 100 feet away. I can't see him at all. So he's pitched out to about 10. So now eagle from 35. And eagle sails right over the top to about, this was a headwind putt, he sails to about 20 or 25 long there. And eagle hits the band on his way back. So he's actually going to have a very unfortunate 5 on this hole. Dave in for his 3. Will's got a tap in par here, but Paul with that forehand is going to have a tap in birdie. So Paul is now up 2 strokes with 3 holes to go.
Dixon, that's actually going to be 3 strokes with 3 holes to go because of the 5 that David got on the last hole. So with Paul getting a 2 here and then Feldberg getting a 3, Paul goes to 32 under par. Feldberg is at 29 under par. Just behind them is Nico LaCastro at 27 under par. All 3 of those guys were 6 under on the round before the last hole. Paul McBeth is now 7 under on the round.
Thank you for that correction, Robert. I guess my counting is second to none.
Dang it. I will never live that down.
You're pretty sure. So 16 now. Last year, this was kind of a, actually last year, all three of these holes were a little bit different last year. Last year, you could, this hole was probably 70 feet shorter or so. It's basically just a straight hyzer that you could almost just dump in there and have a good putt. 17 longer hole, but it was reachable if you got a good drive. And 18 was only about 250. Now, on the other hand, this is a much longer hole, and it brings a couple of trees into play that just were not in play last year. So it is a tough, tough birdie. 17 has been made into a par 5 now, and 18 has been greatly lengthened, so that our players are really going to have to make a determination on what to do for hole 18. So, Robert, Paul has a 3-stroke lead with 3 to go. How do you think he goes about playing these holes? Does he try to protect that lead and just get the W, or does he try to go for a hot round?
I think, being Paul Macbeth and knowing the preparation that he's put in on these courses, he's going to stick to his game plan. You know, on a hole like this, I don't think there are a variety of shots that might be more aggressive than another. With it being just over 400 feet, he's going to throw a big power shot, just like he would if he's just trying to birdie. If he's trying to par, I think he's going to throw the same shot here. He may play 17 a little bit more conservatively. You know, if he comes up short and maybe has an opportunity to cut the corner, I very much doubt he'll do that. I think he'll just play the fairway. If he has to take a 5, he'll do that. I would be shocked to see him lay up on 18, even with a 2-stroke lead, just because, you know, we'll get to that hole in a minute, but it should be a pretty standard shot for all of our players. And so I think the best thing that Paul can do to protect his lead is to try and build on it, not by doing anything foolish, but by sticking to his game plan, because that's what he's practiced and that's what he knows.
Yeah, it's really setting up for an interesting situation here. If Dave can manage to get a stroke off of Paul right here and be within 2 with 2 to go, there is a big tailwind on holes 16 and 17. So that actually puts you in the position on 17 where you could be uber aggressive and try for the Eagle 3. If someone were to take the right side of that fairway, there's almost no way they could get the 3. So we could have some opportunities here, and with 18 being as long as it is, the leader might lay up to try to protect the lead, but that opens up the opportunity. So we could have quite the finish here. So hole 16 plays a little bit downhill and up there. The cart path goes out in front of us about 150 feet and then splits off into 2 forks of the same cart path. The only thing that is in bounds is in between those forks, with the exception of the fairway, the ball golf fairway that runs down the right-hand side here. The shot here, even when you don't have this wind, is generally to throw a big power hyzer. The 2 trees on the right are about 100 feet apart, so there is a big gap coming in. However, with this wind, it would be just a straight shot because it would allow you to carry all the way down there to the basket. The way Paul is warming up here, that makes me think that he is going with the hyzer. The distance would be a problem for him anyway, but with this wind, he might even be able to go for more of a straight spike over the top of the trees instead of the sweeping hyzer in between them. So I see him trying to decide between his McPro Aviar Destroyer, and I believe that second one is a Thunderbird. So it looks like he's trying to decide between the straight shot or the hyzer shot. He just does not get on top of the wind, but oh my goodness, what a push. That needs to sit down. Oh, okay, there he goes. That actually hit the back guardian tree. So he had too much distance there. Will going with the low hyzer. I believe that's his T3. He needs a skip, and he gets it pushing forward. He gets the good skip, but I believe that's still about 30 or 40 short. The gallery on the box likes it, but down by the basket, they're unsure. Dave going for the low shot as well. Oh, and Dave's actually gone deep. Wow. And he is safe deep. Wow, he powered that shot. That was very fast. Eagle now with that Firebird. Eagle goes with the mid-range hyzer, or the mid-level hyzer. Oh, nice soft skip. And he gets a skip and a roll. And I believe Eagle is within about 10 or 15 feet there. That was a great angle coming in. Dave's came in a little hot, and that's why he got the flat skip along the ground, whereas Eagle came in at a little more of a steep angle, and that gave him the ability to sit soft right there, dig into the ground a little bit. So Paul is definitely further out than Dave, but I don't know if Dave is within putting distance. So we'll see if there's any chance for a swing right here on these on this hole 16. So we get an opportunity here to see how everybody's doing on these shots. They seem to be scattered quite a bit here. So yes, Paul is about 70 right. Will is about 30 or so short. Eagle has absolutely pinned it, and he's about 10 feet. Dave has gone long, and actually he might be outside of Paul. Dave has about 80 feet coming back. He's Wonder Nut Dyed TP World, possibly a giant. And Dave gives it a little bit of a run, but that was back into the headwind, so it looked like he was just playing for the 3. Paul now with an opportunity for a very important stroke. And it's up, and he tucks under the basket there. Will now from 30 for his birdie 2. And he is wide right the whole way. He is upset. The way he's acting, it makes it feel like they may have lost this feel right now. Eagle from 5 for his 2, and the crowd goes wild. He definitely has some fans, and I think that's the Colorado crowd over here. I can see Paige Bjerkes clap wildly for that too. Will from 15 cleans up his par. He, yeah, the way he's rehearsing, it makes me think he feels like he is out of rhythm right now. So he is, he's going to try to get that straightened up with 2 holes to go. So we have a couple of cards backed up here on hole 17. So while our players sit down to think about how they want to finish this tournament, we're going to give you a chance to sit down and think about some of our sponsors. So we'll shoot you out to some commercials, and we'll be back here shortly with the final 2 holes.
Hey everybody, this is Bobby Cool Daddy Slick Breeze.
And I'm Eric McCabe.
And we want to invite you to check out our podcast, The Disc Golf Answer Man, where myself and Eric McCabe, 2010 Pro World Champion, answers your disc golf questions. Any questions on discs to choose, life on the road.
Don't forget about the Ralph updates.
And even Ralph updates. So check us out. We have segments where we talk about health and wellness of disc golf, mind, body, disc, and he talks about the mental part of the game. So check us out on iTunes or Stitcher, or just look us up at discgolfanswerman.com.
Ask every top-level player if putting practice is important, and you will get a unanimous yes. Introducing the Recruit Basket by Dynamic Discs. This basket is tournament quality at a practice price. It can be put together or taken down in about 2 minutes and comes with all the necessary hardware and tools. The Recruit Basket has 13 inner and 13 outer strands of zinc-coated chains. The rest of the basket is electrophoresced first, and then powder-coated for protection from the natural elements. Weighing in at just over 50 pounds, it's very sturdy, but with the built-in wheel on the base, it's very easy to move. The Recruit Basket is easy to carry in a car's trunk because the pole is made of 2 parts. It also comes with an in-ground sleeve for a more permanent and secure installation. Get ready for tournaments. Get better. Get the Recruit.
Registration for the 2015 Trilogy Challenge is underway, and it is time to get your event registered and on the calendar. In 2014, we had over 250 events with 10,000 plus players. This year, with your help, we're looking to blow that out of the water. The Trilogy Challenge is a great way to promote the sport that we all love and get more players involved with playing disc golf. One of the great things about the Trilogy Challenge is that players get everything that they need to play disc golf for just $30. Players packs for the 2015 Trilogy Challenge include 3 unreleased discs yet again. It includes the Dynamic Discs Fusion Evidence, which is the mid-range, the Latitude 64 Retro Makana, which is the putter, and the Westside Discs Elasto Sampo, which is the driver. It also includes a mini marker, a clipboard, and a black permanent marker. And players will also be competing for additional prize packages, which include additional discs, bags, and other merchandise. The Trilogy Challenge runs worldwide from May 29th to September 20th, and players across the world can play in this event. Another great aspect about the Trilogy Challenge is that anybody can host an event, whether you're a tournament director, local club, touring pro, or just somebody looking to get more players involved with disc golf in your area. And it can also help raise a few dollars for yourself, club, course improvement, or charity of your choice. Check out trilogychallenge.com for more information and to get your event registered so that you don't miss out on all the action.
Disc golf is a sport growing in popularity all over the United States and around the world. Dynamic Discs is the premier disc golf manufacturer, distributor, and retailer for enthusiasts, beginners, experts, and hardcore players. Along with hosting some of the best professional disc golf association tournaments in the country, Dynamic Discs also takes pride in offering the best customer service in the disc golf industry. At Dynamic Discs, customer service isn't just a department, it's the way we do business. Our entire staff at Dynamic Discs is knowledgeable and passionate about growing the sport and providing you with an exceptional experience. We know how important it is to get the products that you order in your hands as quickly as possible. Orders are shipped immediately from our own inventory and arrive at your doorstep in 2 to 3 days to almost any location around the United States. Check us out at dynamicdiscs.com.
This is Bobby from Dynamic Disc, and I'm here to tell you about a product called Dymax. Dymax is the proprietary process we use to put the most detailed images on a disc. We can Dymax your tournament discs, or even send us your trophy discs. Send us an image and we'll Dymax it.
Can I Dymax my car?
Yeah, we can Dymax your car.
Can I Dymax my cat?
Yeah, we can Dymax your cat. Isn't he cute?
Can I Dymax my lunch?
Well, that's kind of weird, but yeah, we can Dymax your lunch. Go online today to order from our pre-made Dymax discs or send in your image so we can create your custom Dymax. Learn more at dynamicdisc.com/Dymax.
Fear the water no more. The Golden Retriever by Dynamic Discs, an incredibly easy-to-use tool that goes from storage to use in seconds and helps you keep your feet and clothes dry. After uncoiling the rope, hold the rope in your non-throwing hand, and just like throwing a rope to a person in the water, toss the retriever to the far side of your disc. Pull back slowly with the rope centered on the disc. Once it latches on, pull slowly to retrieve. The retriever is lightweight and compact with a sturdy construction and rust-proof powder coat finish. Includes 50 feet of durable rope. The Golden Retriever by Dynamic Discs.
Hey everybody, this is Bobby Cool Daddy Slick Breeze.
And I'm Eric McCabe.
And we want to invite you to check out our podcast, The Disc Golf Answer Man, where myself and Eric McCabe, 2010 Pro World Champion, answers your disc golf questions. Any questions on discs to choose, life on the road.
Don't forget about the Ralph updates.
And even Ralph updates. So check us out. We have segments where we talk about health and wellness of disc golf, mind, body, disc, and he talks about the mental part of the game. So check us out on iTunes or Stitcher, or just look us up at discgolfanswerman.com.
Ask every top-level player if putting practice is important, and you will get a unanimous yes. Introducing the Recruit Basket by Dynamic Discs. This basket is tournament quality at a practice price. It can be put together or taken down in about 2 minutes and comes with all the necessary hardware and tools. The Recruit Basket has 13 inner and 13 outer strands of zinc-coated chains. The rest of the basket is electrophoresced first, and then powder-coated for protection from the natural elements. Weighing in at just over 50 pounds, it's very sturdy, but with the built-in wheel on the base, it's very easy to move. The Recruit Basket is easy to carry in a car's trunk because the pole is made of 2 parts. It also comes with an in-ground sleeve for a more permanent and secure installation. Get ready for tournaments. Get better. Get the Recruit.
Registration for the 2015 Trilogy Challenge is underway, and it is time to get your event registered and on the calendar. In 2014, we had over 250 events with 10,000 plus players. This year, with your help, we're looking to blow that out of the water. The Trilogy Challenge is a great way to promote the sport that we all love and get more players involved with playing disc golf. One of the great things about the Trilogy Challenge is that players get everything that they need to play disc golf for just $30. Players packs for the 2015 Trilogy Challenge include 3 unreleased discs yet again. It includes the Dynamic Discs Fusion Evidence, which is the mid-range, the Latitude 64 Retro Makana, which is the putter, and the Westside Discs Elasto Sampo, which is the driver. It also includes a mini marker, a clipboard, and a black permanent marker, and players will also be competing for additional prize packages, which include additional discs, bags, and other merchandise. The Trilogy Challenge runs worldwide from May 29th to September 20th, and players across the world can play in this event. Another great aspect about the Trilogy Challenge is that anybody can host an event, whether you're a tournament director, local club, touring pro, or just somebody looking to get more players involved with disc golf in your area. And it can also help raise a few dollars for yourself, club, course improvement, or charity of your choice. Check out trilogychallenge.com for more information and to get your event registered so that you don't miss out on all the action.
Disc golf is a sport growing in popularity all over the United States and around the world. Dynamic Discs is the premier disc golf manufacturer, distributor, and retailer for enthusiasts, beginners, experts, and hardcore players. Along with hosting some of the best professional Disc Golf Association tournaments in the country, Dynamic Discs also takes pride in offering the best customer service in the disc golf industry. At Dynamic Discs, customer service isn't just a department, it's the way we do business. Our entire staff at Dynamic Discs is knowledgeable and passionate about growing the sport and providing you with an exceptional experience. We know how important it is to get the products that you order in your hands as quickly as possible. Orders are shipped immediately from our own inventory and arrive at your doorstep in 2 to 3 days to almost any location around the United States. Check us out at dynamicdiscs.com.
Coverage for the 2015 Glass Blown Open is brought to you in part by Dynamic Discs. Be passionate, be extraordinary, be dynamic. Latitude 64, when quality matters. The Professional Disc Golf Association. The professional association for all disc golfers. OGIO, Ultimate Organization, Maximum Performance. Larry Cooper. Emporia State University. Delta Disc Golf. The Emporia Convention and Visitors Bureau.
And we are back here on the course. After our backup has cleared, our guys will be teeing off here in the next couple of minutes. The chase cart out in front is throwing their second shots right now. So we have come to the most difficult hole on the course. This is hole number 17, an 850-foot par 5. Now, as you can see on the hole graphic here, there's several different ways to attack the hole. The things that you need to pay attention to is there is basically a triangular shaped tall grass red staked OB to the left side of the fairway that you want to take. Down the right side is the fairway for the ball golf course that is on our right. In between the disc golf fairway and the ball golf fairway is a set of trees. Now right now the wind is about a 20-mile-an-hour right to left tailwind, so it's actually a helping wind on this hole. This is an extremely difficult hole. You have to have a pinpoint drive, or you have to throw that drive upwards of 400 feet through a tunnel up a hill in order to be in a good position. And even after you throw that shot, you're going to have a very accurate hyzer around the corner, and there is a lot of OB that comes into play. If you get out of the angle on your drive here, it's going to make it very difficult to approach the green. Even if you have a good drive, you're going to have to then have an excellent second shot to even think about putting. Now, being that the wind is blowing this direction, there is a possibility here. If someone wanted to be very aggressive here, they could play about a 200-foot straight shot and lay up to the just to the right side of the back corner of this triangular area, and then try to cut that corner. It would be about a 400 and something foot carry. Try here. If you throw down the middle, there is no way to get a 3 really, unless you have two shots that are probably in 1050 caliber shots or better on both of them, and then you're still going to have to hit a long windy putt. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen here. It looks like some of the previous cards were actually throwing really big hyzers around the outside of these trees over the ball golf fairway, over that OB line, and letting the wind, which is pushing right to left, swing them all the way back in. Nico LaCastro just threw that shot, and he bombed it. I don't know what that left him with for his second shot, but he was way down there. The other problem with throwing that hyzer is that you could possibly land in amongst the trees. So while you'll probably have an open shot, your footing might be compromised. So Eagle looks like he is lining up for that hyzer. Let's see how much distance he's going to get out of it and see where he lands. This is his PD2 C line. And he throws the hyzer and gets it back in. And we have some guy in the crowd screaming mashed potatoes, trying to get a laugh. And the crowd was dead silent after that. So now Paul going with the turnover stable shot. Well, he's got two there. If you look in his hand right now, those are both of the McPro AVR destroyers in existence, I think. And that was a rip. And he comes in safe. Wow, that was a lot of power right there. And Will crunches his 400G D3. And he looks like he goes around the trees. That's amazing. So now Dave is going with that same disc from the last hole. I believe that is a World. And he puts it on that same angle and lets the wind just start carrying. That is lifting high, though. That needs to get down. Oh, he gets way back into the fairway, and he has plenty of distance. He is safe. However, he is going to have an awful angle from right there. That's the hard part about this hole, is that you need to have, you need to stay right. If you're going to throw that hyzer, it does not need to come back in very far. You want to just barely come back in so that you have a good angle. Dave is about 2/3 of the way down that tree line on the left. But it's not just a straight turn. It actually doubles back just a little bit. So where he's at, the angle is terrible. And the corner of the trees that he's going to be looking at is actually a false corner. It looks like that's the edge of the trees that he needs to clear, but there are more trees behind that. So he's going to have to actually throw straight towards out of bounds and then do a big hyzer after that. Yeah, Dave is in no position to go for a 3. If he does anything here other than pitch out to the middle for his 4, I perceive trouble's going to happen. There is a sign in the fairway so that the competitors can know how far a 300-foot shot is. So there is a distance marked. Yeah, so Dave here. Dave is, well, Eagle has a much better angle, and I think he's going to go first, just because Dave, by virtue of being closer to the hole right here. So Dave and Eagle are heading up the fairway to see what they've got. So Dave and Eagle are now up by this birdhouse. From the birdhouse, it's about 240 feet down the hill and then back up the other side. At the bottom of the hill, there is a giant willow tree that is got the branches hanging down to the ground. So you're going to have to go around that tree. And then back up the hill on the backside of that willow. It's probably 50 feet behind the willow, so you can't just throw to the bottom. That's not going to leave you the putt you want. So from Dave's perspective, there are OB flags whipping in the wind, and there are red golf course stakes. The third red stake, well, let's talk about Eagle shot because he's going next. He's going to throw right at the birdhouse. And then the tree that is behind the birdhouse is actually right on the OB line. He needs to either go over that or cut right in front of it on a power hyzer. I feel like that's too tight to the corner from where I'm standing. Oh, he's getting some applause. Alrighty. I can't tell where that landed. The crowd was clapping, so he's in bounds. I don't know how close he is. Dave here. So the third red stake in front of him is what Dave is seeing as the corner of the trees. That is not actually the corner. There are more trees behind it. Okay, oh, that looks deep. That's going to have to get down. That might be out of bounds over there across the sidewalk. And he has gone across the sidewalk. Dave is surprised. This is what this hole will do to you. If you get aggressive on this thing at all and you don't have the right angle, bad things can happen. So Dave is saying he has no idea how he went OB. That makes me think that he did not know that that sidewalk was as close as it was behind that tree. He went right over the top of that tree, and it was just a falling hyzer. It was not swinging back. Paul now has about 100 feet to the 300-foot sign. So he's gonna try to get down the hill. The problem is angles again. The birdhouse is probably about right where he wants to be. Yeah, and Paul's grabbed a putter. that might be, that's running towards OB as well. I don't see anything from the crowd, so I'm guessing it is not out of bounds. But Paul did what Dave was unable to do right there, of play club down and play a short shot. So Will is going to try to cut the corner here on a big hyzer. I believe this is that X1 that he was throwing earlier. It could possibly be a D1. The baby blue D3 is laying on the ground, so it's not that.
If you're sitting at home and have never seen this hole, you need to know that Will crushed that drive.
Yeah, this is absolutely the farthest drive I've ever seen. And the crowd is not cheering and they are waving safe, so that makes me think that he is pretty short to the basket there. Yeah, this is such a tricky hole for the angle of your eyes. It's hard to get a grip on where the basket is when you can't see it, because of the trees make you think that the OB line is doing one thing, but in reality it's doing something else. So Dave, yes, Dave has gone OB. He's got about probably 220 feet straight down the hill. He's got the good opening to the green here. So Dave with his Cenis, but he needs to get up. Yes, he hits on the upslope, but he does leave it a little bit short. So he's got about a 30-footer, maybe so up the hill. Paul has left himself in an open spot. He is about 180 out or so, but he has no good angle here, so he's going to have to go with a high flick out over OB and back in. And his shot is up. It gets past the willow tree and almost hits the pole as it comes down, and he's going to have a 1-foot putt for birdie on hole 17. And I think that's going to wrap it up here for Paul, because he can play 18, even though it's an island green. He can play it safe, and I think somebody's going to have to ace to even put a little bit of pressure on him.
Dixon, how many times
So
have we
Will's
said
shot,
this year, maybe while we were watching ourselves? Looks like Paul's got the tournament wrapped up going into the 18th hole. His level of dominance this year has been really incredible. Not just this year, just the last few years. And while it is important to note he's a 3-time world champion, this, assuming that he doesn't have the meltdown to end all meltdowns, will be his first Glass Blown Open victory.
Yes, I remember several years ago, he lost in a playoff to Will, but Dave did not realize that he was out, so he was back chatting it up. So Dave has about 35 feet or so for his par saving 5. And he steps through on his judge and puts that in to save that 5. So now Will, from about the same distance, maybe a couple of steps forward, has this for amazingly an eagle 3. The wind is picking up quite a bit. All of a sudden, straight tailwind putt for Will. and it hits the pan, it bounces right. So now Eagle is going to step on the far side of the basket. He's got a little over 20 feet for his Eagle 3, and I so wish that he was throwing an Eagle as a putter right here, but that's not going to happen. It's going to be that Eagle eagled with a P2. That just doesn't sound as good. Oh, and he's over the top, and that gets quite a run out. Wow, he's going to have probably more coming back than he did on the way. Yeah, he got the once he hit the top of the basket there and it launched up, the wind got under it and just carried it to probably 25 feet. Now with the tailwind. And it is low to the pole. Oh, he feels the missed opportunity there. So now Will for his birdie 4 from about 10 feet. And he is up and in. So we're going to have Will and Paul with birdie 4s on hole 17, and Paul and Eagle with par 5s. So as we head over to hole 18, I want the camera to stay with me so that you guys can see, you can feel the walk. I want you to see this in real time, how long it takes us to walk from 17's green to 18's tee box. So what this ends up doing is on this walk, we timed it out at just a little over 3 minutes, or a little under 3 minutes. So what this ends up doing is that now all the competitors know that they're stepping up to a 357-foot island green that they're going to have to play to. So they're thinking about this, they're thinking about their scores, they're thinking about that this is the last hole, so try to put yourself in their shoes. Robert, what kind of stuff goes on in your mind when you're thinking that, man, I really need a birdie or I really need a par and I've got a tough hole coming, and then you have to make this walk and think about it for so long?
Honestly, Dixon, I try and do my best. I'm not great at it, but I try and do my best to not think about it on the walk over there. If all I do for that entire time walking is just run over the hole in my head and run over my shot and run over previous shots that I missed or previous shots that I've made, a lot of times that just ends up being too much. And by the time you get to that tee box, your mental capacity is basically just spent. And so I think it would be wise for them to think about something other than disc golf for just a moment. They can assess the wind, they can assess their discs, their choices when they get to the tee box for about 20 or 30 seconds. But until then, I would spend some time thinking about something not disc golf related, just so the weight of this moment wouldn't get to me.
So as we are approaching this island hole, we have quite the theater for disc golf. There is a giant gallery gathered on the right-hand side that is basically the entrance to the island. Up the left-hand side of the water, that is actually hole 1 from several hours ago. That's the fairway over there. Behind the basket, or behind the island, you'll actually see a bunch of people sitting on an upslope, and that is over by hole 1's tee box as well. So I bet between all of these locations, we've got pretty near 500 people or so maybe out here. So this is a 357-foot island hole. It is playing straight into the wind right now. There's a little bit of left in this wind, but mainly a headwind. So our competitors are shaking hands, congratulating each other, thanking each other for the time. There is a layup area to the right. I do not think Paul is going for that. He's holding a PD and a Thunderbird.
Anyone else for it?
And that's got a little bit of ante on it. If it gets hyzer, that's coming back. It needs to sit down. And he has absolutely parked it. What a shot. Wow, what a shot.
Wow. I love watching Paul play because
Will
he always
now
puts on a show. He
with
could have
his
laid up
H1.
right there. That maybe would have been smart for somebody else. He just absolutely stepped up and parked it in front of a huge gallery. It's awesome to watch.
Will with his black H1. It had a good turn on it. It's coming back stable. Oh, and he has jumped to the back side of the island. And that appears to be out of bounds, so Will's going to go to the drop zone. Now Eagle with a champion Firebird. I believe he is going for the layup here. No, this is actually a slightly understable Firebird. It turned to the right. It needs to get down quick. Oh, and it is off the island. It almost takes out a goose and jumps in the water. We almost had Christmas dinner here. Now Dave's stepping up with a triple X, which makes me think he's going to go for the layup zone here. Yes, David plays the hyzer shot to the layup zone. It's actually coming in hot. That needs to sit down, and it skips to the water's edge. So Dave playing for his three. I spoke to Dave before the round about what would happen on this hole and what situations he would go for it, and he said he didn't think that anyone would go for it based off of this win. So I asked him in what scenarios would he go for it, and he said if he was ahead or if he was tied, he would lay up. He said the only way he'd go for it is if he was a stroke down, and that stroke was going to put him into a playoff. So Dave has thrown a perfect layup here. There's lots of space to land over here for this upshot, and there are some of these shots that are way worse than others, but Dave is about as close as you can get without being in the water. He's going to have about 120 feet or so. So while it is a relatively short distance, the wind is whipping, and you do not proceed to this island until you have landed safely on this island. So if Dave were to miss the island, roll back in the water, he would actually go to the drop zone, which is short of the water. Dave with his blue Cenis that needs to get up, and he hits the island and bounces back in. So Dave is going to go to the drop zone.
What's the story? I'm hearing a lot of arguing.
So yes, Dave, even though he hit the island, he did not establish the island. So he has to play from the last place he was in bounds. So it's going to be just 30 feet in front of where he was or so. And he gives that a run. So now Will and Eagle will proceed to the drop zone because their tee shot was out of bounds. The way that the OB reads on this hole, it says, must come to rest on the island to proceed to play from the island. Any tee shot landing in the water proceed to the drop zone. All other OB shots play from the last place in bounds. So Will pitches out to the right, And even though his drive was so close to being excellent, it bounced long, and he takes it to the drop zone. So he's left himself about 10 feet for his bogey 4. Paul has about 15 feet for his birdie 2. And now eagle from the drop zone. His drop zone is right at 100 feet. He pitches up with his gator, and he is under the basket.
Dixon, that's a really unfortunate break for Dave. I wonder if he knew where he was in relation to Nico LaCastro, who was 2 strokes back from him. Had he known, I wonder if he might have gone for the island and then played for a 4, but I don't know. That roll with the Cenas right off for just hitting the front of the island was pretty unlucky. It looks like that's going to cost him several $100s with going to a tie for second instead of solo second place.
So now Dave has about 10 feet for his bogey 5. And he is up and in. So now Will is up and in. Paul has about 15 feet. Yes, that was his P2 that he threw there, or excuse me, his PD, red team PD. And now eagle to clean up for his. So let's go talk with our champion. Paul, congratulations on winning the 2015 Glassblown Open. What did you think about your performance out here today?
It was pretty solid. I don't think I had any bogeys, no real mistakes off the tee, missed a few putts, but I mean, given the wind, it's acceptable.
Okay. What did you think about these conditions? As it got windier during the day, how did that affect your aggressive nature?
I kind of toned it down a little bit. Just mainly get the drives off the tee because of the wind, putting was difficult, and that was my struggle point today. So it actually helped me.
So for all of the titles and championships you have, this is actually your first Glassblown Open. What do you think about that?
It's awesome. You know, it's one of the few that I don't have right now, and it's one I've been gunning for, as well as the USDGC. So it's a great feeling.
Okay. Is there anything that you would think about this tournament that you would change, that you would make better? What is it that you like and dislike about the Glassblown that made you want to come?
I mean, it's been going on for years, so it's just gotten better every time. Everything's ran well. I think the only downfall is spotters, which isn't really course design or anything like that. So. That's about it.
So is there any one special disc that you would say helped propel you on today that you really just had to have?
Yeah, the Star Destroyer. That's my go-to in pretty much any situation with distance, or especially like golf courses like we play here and the longer courses. So Star Destroyer, and then my putter. No 3 putts this weekend, so that's always a positive.
Congratulations so much on your win, Paul. Maybe go add up your scorecard and make it official and get it turned in. Thank you for spending some time with us. Thank you for coming to Emporia.
Thank you.
All right. So that is it. The champion of the 2015 Glassblown Open is Paul Macbeth. After he was down by 3 strokes after that first round, but he really turned it on there on the first few holes of the second round to put himself in a position coming into this third round where he had that 1-stroke lead. I can see that some of the other competitors now, Dave Felberg just walked by and he is frustrated with that last hole, whereas Eagle and Will are wishing they could have done better, but I think Eagle is looking at this as what a fantastic experience. So we want to have lots of thanks, lots of congratulations offered to our winners and all of the competitors here for such a great show that they gave us today. But this isn't the end of the Glassblown Open. The last putt on the course has happened, but right now we're running late for our block party. We've got 2,000 people downtown waiting for us, and so we're going to head on, and this is what makes the Glassblown Open so much fun, is that there's so many things going on besides the block party, besides the actual tournament. So tonight the block party is going on. We're going to have the world's largest Ring of Fire. We're going to have our awards ceremony down on Main Street. We're going to have the finals of the putting competition, and we're going to have live broadcasts coming from Smashbox TV kickoff.tv. So make sure to stay tuned. There's going to be lots of action tonight. I'll tell you again, if you're anywhere within an hour of Emporia, go ahead and jump in your car and get out here and come down and party with us. So we thank you for tuning in. Thank you for sticking with us through some of the difficulties on day one, but we're happy that we could have brought you such an incredible, expansive every round coverage from the lead card and the second card. We want to thank Smashbox.tv for helping us with this production, Jomez Productions, as well as Marty McFly and McFly So High Disc Golf. So thank you very much for everyone for helping us put this show on. We thank you and have a great evening.
Coverage for the 2015 Glass Blown Open is brought to you in part by Dynamic Discs. Be passionate, be extraordinary, be dynamic. Latitude 64, when quality matters. The Professional Disc Golf Association. The professional association for all disc golfers. OGIO, ultimate organization, maximum performance. Larry Cooper. Emporia State University. Delta Disc Golf. The Emporia Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Hey everybody, this is Bobby Cool Daddy Slick Breeze.
And I'm Eric McCabe.
And we want to invite you to check out our podcast, The Disc Golf Answer Man, where myself and Eric McCabe, 2010 Pro World Champion, answers your disc golf questions. Any questions on discs to choose, life on the road.
Don't forget about the Ralph updates.
And even Ralph updates. So check us out. We have segments where we talk about health and wellness of disc golf, mind, body, disc, and he talks about the mental part of the game. So check us out on iTunes or Stitcher, or just look us up at discgolfanswerman.com.
Ask every top-level player if putting practice is important, and you will get a unanimous yes. Introducing the Recruit Basket by Dynamic Discs. This basket is tournament quality at a practice price. It can be put together or taken down in about 2 minutes and comes with all the necessary hardware and tools. The Recruit Basket has 13 inner and 13 outer strands of zinc-coated chains. The rest of the basket is electrophoresced first, and then powder-coated for protection from the natural elements. Weighing in at just over 50 pounds, it's very sturdy, but with the built-in wheel on the base, it's very easy to move. The Recruit Basket is easy to carry in a car's trunk because the pole is made of 2 parts. It also comes with an in-ground sleeve for a more permanent and secure installation. Get ready for tournaments. Get better. Get the Recruit.
Registration for the 2015 Trilogy Challenge is underway, and it is time to get your event registered and on the calendar. In 2014, we had over 250 events with 10,000 plus players. This year, with your help, we're looking to blow that out of the water. The Trilogy Challenge is a great way to promote the sport that we all love and get more players involved with playing disc golf. One of the great things about the Trilogy Challenge is that players get everything that they need to play disc golf for just $30. Players packs for the 2015 Trilogy Challenge include 3 unreleased discs yet again. It includes the Dynamic Discs Fusion Evidence, which is the mid-range, the Latitude 64 Retro Makana, which is the putter, and the Westside Discs Elasto Sampo, which is the driver. It also includes a mini marker, a clipboard, and a black permanent marker. And players will also be competing for additional prize packages, which include additional discs, bags, and other merchandise. The Trilogy Challenge runs worldwide from May 29th to September 20th, and players across the world can play in this event. Another great aspect about the Trilogy Challenge is that anybody can host an event, whether you're a tournament director, local club, touring pro, or just somebody looking to get more players involved with disc golf in your area. And it can also help raise a few dollars for yourself, club, course improvement, or charity of your choice. Check out trilogychallenge.com for more information and to get your event registered so that you don't miss out on all the action.
Disc golf is a sport growing in popularity all over the United States and around the world. Dynamic Discs is the premier disc golf manufacturer, distributor, and retailer for enthusiasts, beginners, experts, and hardcore players. Along with hosting some of the best professional disc golf association tournaments in the country, Dynamic Discs also takes pride in offering the best customer service in the disc golf industry. At Dynamic Discs, customer service isn't just a department, it's the way we do business. Our entire staff at Dynamic Discs is knowledgeable and passionate about growing the sport and providing you with an exceptional experience. We know how important it is to get the products that you order in your hands as quickly as possible. Orders are shipped immediately from our own inventory and arrive at your doorstep in 2 to 3 days to almost any location around the United States. Check us out at dynamicdiscs.com.
This is Bobby from Dynamic Disc, and I'm here to tell you about a product called Dymax. Dymax is the proprietary process we use to put the most detailed images on a disc. We can Dymax your tournament discs, or even send us your trophy discs. Send us an image and we'll Dymax it.
Can I Dymax my car?
Yeah, we can Dymax your car.
Can I Dymax my cat?
Yeah, we can Dymax your cat. Isn't he cute?
Can I Dymax my lunch?
Well, that's kind of weird, but yeah, we can Dymax your lunch. Go online today to order from our pre-made Dymax discs or send in your image so we can create your custom Dymax. Learn more at dynamicdisc.com/Dymax.
Fear the water no more. The Golden Retriever by Dynamic Discs. An incredibly easy-to-use tool that goes from storage to use in seconds and helps you keep your feet and clothes dry. After uncoiling the rope, hold the rope in your non-throwing hand, and just like throwing a rope to a person in the water, toss the retriever to the far side of your disc. Pull back slowly with the rope centered on the disc. Once it latches on, pull slowly to retrieve. The retriever is lightweight and compact with a sturdy construction and rust-proof powder coat finish. Includes 50 feet of durable rope. The Golden Retriever by Dynamic Discs.